Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Your Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We shall now continue our consideration of sub-item 14.2, WHO's work in health emergencies, including a draft decision on strengthening WHO's global health emergency preparedness and response, which is contained in document EB 148 slash conference slash 4. The financial and administrative implications of this draft decision, should it be adopted, are contained in document EB 148 slash conference slash 4 add 1. The floor is now open to continue the discussion on this item. I would like to request that the Secretariat moderate the discussion on the virtual platform. Secretariat, you may have the floor now.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Chair. As mentioned, we shall continue with the Member State interventions under Agenda 14.2, and we shall try to respect the order of hands raised at the closure of session yesterday. I therefore have the pleasure in inviting the distinguished delegate of Mexico to be followed by Canada. Thank you, and Mexico, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Moderator. We would like to thank the chairman. Sorry, I'll start again. We'd like to thank the chairman of the panels for the presentations made, and Mexico would like to express its support for the statement of the Republic of Korea on behalf of the Support Group for Global Infectious Disease Response. There are three points we'd like to highlight. First of all, we've noted the preliminary recommendations and guidelines from the panels, and we're grateful for the work of the experts. What has been presented confirms once again that the international community needs to make a strong commitment to speed up the strengthening of international, regional, and national institutions when it comes to health security and health emergencies. Secondly, like the vast majority of the membership, Mexico believes that as far as the action taken by WHO and the implementation of the international health regulations are concerned, there is room for improvement. This being the case, we support the decision which will be taken by this Executive Board to start a debate on the future of the organization, and we will contribute to the adoption of a resolution at the next World Health Assembly. We note that there is wide-ranging support for some of the proposals tabled both by states and by the Secretariat and the review panels. These include the creation of a peer review mechanism for the implementation of the IHRs. Given the apparent consensus, we hope that the discussions on this and other proposals will make headway in the next few weeks. Thirdly, we believe that the panels should be given sufficient time to carry out and conclude their investigations into all the issues identified. We would like to underscore the importance of conclusions on the effectiveness of the recommendations on travel restrictions, the revision of articles in the regulations which might be amended, and the assessment of a gradual alert system for declaring a health emergency of international importance. The results will make our discussions easier and direct us towards the changes to which priority should be given. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to Canada, to be followed by Sri Lanka.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Good evening. Canada fully aligns itself with the statements made by the UK on behalf of G7 partners and Australia and the Republic of Korea. Starting from a place of solidarity and support, for a number of months, we as member states have been discussing, both collectively and individually, the need to strengthen the WHO's global emergency preparedness and response capacities. We would like to thank the EU for its leadership in developing a draft decision on this issue to help bring member states together towards consensus, which Canada is pleased to co-sponsor. We look forward to continuing to reflect on the ideas put forward in the report from the Secretariat to elaborate a full resolution for the 74th World Health Assembly. We would also like to thank the IPPR and the IHR review committees for their reports, as well as the IOAC and GPMB for their updates. We particularly welcome the frank and constructive provisional observations from the IPPR. You've asked the difficult questions and offered your honest assessment. We thank you for that. It is clear that more timely and stronger warnings could have prompted earlier and more concerted action. We have much work to do, and it is imperative that we not miss this critical opportunity to make real change. Understanding why some of the recommendations of previous panels have not been implemented will help ensure that the global community can overcome these barriers to effectively take your conclusions forward. We look forward to further inquiry and recommendations by the IPPR, particularly in 3 areas. First, on a new global pandemic framework that includes institutions from across the policy spectrum. Second, how integration of real-time gathering and sharing of data, along with new support tools, can modernize the global pandemic alert system for the digital age. And third, how metrics can be improved to assess national preparedness capacity. We also thank the HR Review Committee for hosting monthly open sessions with member states and stakeholders in an effort to promote a transparent and inclusive review process. We appreciate the HR Emergency Committee's temporary recommendations on health measures in relation to international travel. Global coordination with respect to proof of vaccination for international travel will be important, and we look forward to WHO's leadership in this issue. We encourage the WHO to provide additional details and fully and transparently engage with all member states on plans for the proposed Universal Health Periodic Review pilot at the earliest opportunity. We recommend that any new review mechanism build on or incorporate existing mechanisms, such as the GEE, to leverage the information already captured and minimize the burden of member states. And finally, Canada also calls on the WHO and all actors to further mainstream gender considerations into preparedness and response efforts. To this end, we emphasize the need for the IPPR and the HR Review Committee to integrate gender equality and other equity considerations into their work. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. And now Sri Lanka, to be followed by the Philippines.
Mr. Chair, Sri Lanka is pleased to deliver this statement on behalf of the members of the Southeast Asia region. The current pandemic and its impact have heightened the crucial role of the WHO in providing guidance and coordination to its member states. The complexity of the role requires strong collaboration and coordination at the national, regional, and global levels. Nevertheless, in the past year, the world has shown us the need to strengthen our preparedness and response capacities. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown how weak is our society and how widening socioeconomic inequalities within populations. In addition, problems that arise in aspects such as weak surveillance, detection capacities, and inadequate resources, as well as geopolitics, has exacerbated tensions and undermined multilateral action just when it is most needed. In this regard, the Southeast Asia region countries welcomes various discussions and initiatives under the leadership of the WHO and contributions from member states, various stakeholders and committees to re-energize the critical discussion on how to better prepare for future health emergencies. In the process of deliberation and information gathering, engaging a diverse set of stakeholders is essential to ensure that no one is left behind, but well supported in the spirit of partnerships while recognizing each respective stakeholder's role and responsibility. It is of utmost importance to underline that the ultimate goal of the WHO transformation process is to lead to country impact through member states' capacity building. This is particularly by strengthening the national health authority. In this regard, one focus should be to promote universal compliance of the international health regulation implementation and also attention to strike a balance between promoting economic benefit while protecting public health in any subject related to international travel and trade. Chair, during the pandemic, the WHO is expected to punch beyond its weight. Many expectations of the WHO are arguably beyond WHO's capacities in supporting countries to strengthen health systems. While WHO must strengthen its capacity, several member countries therefore express commitment to promote a contribution to strengthen global health security. I thank you.
Thank you. And now to the Philippines, to be followed by Denmark.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. The Philippines thanks the Secretariat for the reports on strengthening WHO's global emergency preparedness and implementation of IHR 2005. IHR notification to the national focal point is the main communication with WHO for verification of events, consultation, and risk assessment advice. Sharing of information was successfully implemented, especially on outbreaks in international cruise ships. However, the limited authority of the national IHR focal points often leads to delays in notification. Hence, we are proud to impart that two legislations were proposed in the country: the establishment of a Philippine Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the National Health Security Act, to establish systems among different agencies for effective health response for pandemics and other health events of public health concern. Essentially, this will strengthen whole-of-government approaches to support IHR implementation for emergency public health threats. We are grateful for WHO's Global Polio Eradication Initiative support to current polio outbreaks in the Philippines by providing technical and human resource support in AFP surveillance, and for WHO's logistic and technical support when severe typhoons resulted in devastation and population displacement during the pandemic. The Philippines is also one of the countries where the health resources and services availability monitoring system was reinforced to provide vital information on health system capacities, gaps, and priorities to support the response to COVID-19. We encourage other governments, even those with limited capacities, to contribute financially, to consider supporting to contingency fund for emergencies, so that there will be ready support to respond to emergencies. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to Denmark, to be followed by New Zealand.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can indeed hear you and see you. Thank you, Denmark.
Thank you. Denmark fully aligns itself with a statement made on behalf of the EU and its member states. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has underlined the importance of multilateral cooperation when facing global challenges. It has demonstrated the need for strong global capacities with the WHO in a central and leading role. In this regard, Denmark strongly supports the independent evaluation of the COVID-19 response, and we find it important for the different recommendations to be reflected in future work. The pandemic has taught us that we need a strong WHO, where global expectations are matched by sustainable funding. This is why the Danish government will double its voluntary contribution to the WHO. A strong WHO is central in securing resilient global health structures and in promoting health system strengthening. Both will be key in preventing future health emergencies. A key objective of strengthening the WHO regards the preparedness and crisis response mechanisms of the WHO. At the same time, we must not lose sight of the overall mandate and role of the WHO. We need to safeguard the capacity of the organization to handle and develop core tasks as defined in the WHO Constitution. In the process of strengthening WHO, Denmark finds emergency communication regarding new health threats, including improved alert and reporting mechanisms, important. Denmark also supports a strong focus on transparent and timely sharing of information about outbreaks. Furthermore, a strengthening process should include increased international cooperation on zoonotic diseases and a strengthening of WHO's normative role as a guiding and standard-setting organization. As we prepare for the Assembly in May, we look very much forward to an inclusive and transparent process strengthening the WHO. Thank you.
Thank you, Denmark. And now to New Zealand, to be followed by Jamaica.
Chair, Aotearoa New Zealand welcomes the Director General's report on strengthening the WHO's Global Emergency Preparedness and Response. We also welcome the IHR Review Committee's interim report and the second report on progress by the Independent Panel for Pandemic Preparedness and Response. Chair, it is clear that pandemic preparedness and response systems need to improve, drawing on the lessons learned from the COVID-19 response. The independent panel's report is therefore an important and useful analysis of important lessons which are already evident, and we recommend and commend the panel's work and interim findings. New Zealand is pleased to see the issue of equity addressed in the interim report. It is one of the three core issues highlighted in our country's submission to the panel. We fully agree with the judgment that globally, the pandemic has exacerbated inequalities and exposed long-standing variations in health outcomes. Progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals has been halted and even reversed in some cases. It is therefore imperative that equity is at the center of the future of health protection and the response to public health emergencies. The second issue we would highlight is that preparedness and response are country-specific and depend on a country's own unique circumstances. It is vital the WHO provides advice and support to countries accordingly. For example, the unique context and needs of lower and middle-income countries and small island and developing states must be fully considered. Thirdly, there must be increased transparency on national capacity and capability. Ideally, this would build on the mechanisms we currently have, but we also welcome consideration of a mechanism to review country preparedness. We need an effective global system that enables countries to continually review and improve capability and capacity, strive towards achieving equity, utilize international and national experience, and be future-focused. Chair, New Zealand recognises the critical role that the WHO plays in public health emergencies. We support getting underway immediately intersessional work on strengthening the WHO, noting the need for urgency and the identification of quick wins to improve the global pandemic and health emergency system. As such, we thank the European Union for its initiative in facilitating the draft decision before us today, and are pleased to be a co-sponsor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And now to Jamaica, to be followed by Monaco. Jamaica, just confirming that you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We thank the DG for his reports and the chairpersons of the various review processes for their updates. Undoubtedly, all countries, large and small, experience major challenges to the implementation of emergency response operations, but the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted and further exacerbated pre-existing impediments to implementation for smaller resource-constrained countries. Chair, it's therefore critical that the WHO continue to support countries' implementation of targeted actions to reorganize and maintain access to safe and high-quality essential health services, as well as to sustain multilateral work on priority issues such as NCDs, human resources for health, and climate change and health. With respect to the latter, we thank the Secretariat for its continued leadership in the UN system's work on climate change resilience and disaster risk reduction in the context of emergency preparedness, noting the impact of those factors on health. We commend the DG for its strong leadership and thrust to maintain the business continuity of the WHO during the pandemic, including development of the WHO's guidance on the public health response to COVID-19. Chair, on the implementation of IHR, Member States' improvement in implementation, including in surveillance and coordination, as highlighted in the report, will no doubt contribute to combating current and future health emergencies. We also welcome the key areas for action for strengthening the WHO's preparedness and response, including development of an enhanced global early warning system, a global health emergency supply chain and logistics system, and coordinating a global platform to ensure equitable access to innovative tools. Chair, Jamaica proposes that the WHO, including its support package, an enhanced and adaptable communication campaign strategy to address critical barriers to epidemic prevention and control, such as vaccine hesitancy in the current COVID-19 pandemic response program. We're pleased to co-sponsor the draft decision under this agenda item. A stronger WHO will lead to greater resilience to health emergencies. I thank you.
Thank you. And now to Monaco, to be followed by Norway.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, this crisis has dramatically tested simultaneously throughout the world different health systems, our society, but also multilateralism itself by calling into question the WHO as a leader in global health and global health emergencies. And all of this since the entry into force of the IHR in 2005. We don't yet know the total scope of the impact of this pandemic, nor its consequences in a social, human, or health, and especially mental health, as was said before, and its economic consequences as well. However, what is clear is that we're going to have to work together rapidly and under a multilateral framework in order to improve our collective response and to be ready to fight new pandemics and, of course, avoid the spread. We would thank the different groups and evaluation panels and the reports that have been presented to us, including the dialogues that we've had over the last few months. And there are a number of things which are interesting. We are going to work on those proposals. As a co-sponsor of the draft decision, which has been submitted by the European Union, we, of course, commit ourselves to working over the next few months in a very constructive fashion in order to strengthen the respect of the IHR and also early warning systems, fighting misinformation, because that is going to be one of the key aspects, and also to reach our final common objective, which is maintaining and preserving human lives. And thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. And now to Norway, to be followed by Sweden.
Thank you, Chair. Norway commends WHO efforts and leadership in the global response to the ongoing pandemic, and thanks the Secretariat for its continued dedication to mitigate the effects of the outbreak. All countries, including high-income countries like Norway, rely on WHO to lead, to guide, and to cooperate to solve the crisis. We will support increased funding based on higher assessed contributions and strengthening WHO's authority, including expecting WHO to independently assess this outbreak and report to member states. A strong and responsive WHO that has the funding and the mandates required to respond effectively to health emergencies is critical. We suggest the WHO to be mandated to develop a program for generating knowledge on non-pharmaceutical interventions and how they can be effectively applied. We welcome the adoption of a decision for a solution to strengthen WHO's work in health emergencies at the next World Health Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to Sweden, to be followed by Afghanistan.
Thank you, Chair. Sweden aligns with the statement delivered on behalf of the EU and its member states and would like to reaffirm our strong support to WHO and its crucial leadership in the global health. We thank the Secretariat and the IHR Review Committee for their reports. Effective implementation of IHR is a key component in addressing global health challenges. Sweden welcomes the newly proposed Universal Health and Preparedness Review to be piloted in 2021 as means to improve preparedness and response, including compliance with IHR. The ongoing reviews of WHO's role in emergencies are of great importance for the future, and we all need to be ready to work together to deliver on the recommendations once they are finalized.
WHO is cluster lead agency and provides secretariat support through the Global Health Cluster team in the WHO Emergency Operations Department. It is of utmost importance that WHO ensures that country offices are equipped for this task. The recent experience of COVID-19 and Ebola further strengthens this argument and the need for more preventive efforts. Further, the issue of raising funds to manage emergencies and increasing donor trust to the WHE program, including the contingency fund for emergencies, is crucial. We cannot expect WHO to deliver extensively without the means to do so. The issue on how to achieve more secured and flexible funding for this work will be important and will be discussed during the coming week. Measures implemented during the pandemic are affecting society at large and the lives of individuals. The socioeconomic impacts of the pandemic risk further increasing existing health inequities, gender inequalities, and overall inequalities. Going forward, while focusing on increased global health security, we must not lose sight of WHO's important work to promote health and support strong, resilient health systems that deliver high-quality health services without leaving anyone behind. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to Afghanistan, to be followed by Cuba.
او د دې ترڅنګ د څارنوالۍ د عامې روغتیا او د یو امنیتي ارګان استازي شامل دي. په ولسي جرګه کې د کندوز یو تن استازي د حکومت دغه اقدام ستایي او د تورنو کسانو د مجازاتو غوښتنه کړې ده.
از اینکه پولها دوباره آیا در تصرف حکومت میآید یا خیر؟
Distinguished delegate from Afghanistan, it seems that we're having some sound issues. If we could kindly ask that you would commence your intervention from the start. Apologies for this.
Yes. Is it okay now?
It is perfect. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan welcomes the report of Secretariat of WHO on first, WHO works in health emergencies. Second, COVID-19 response. And third, strengthening WHO global emergency preparedness and response. And commends the hard work that the organization rendered in these areas. Emergency of COVID-19 taught the world that we are as strong as the weakest health system and revealed its collective failure to invest in emergency response, preparedness and response. We understand much has been done to address the pandemic, and yet more is required to complete the task using the lessons learned and tools available. The pandemic has disrupted the delivery of health services to the population in many countries with fragile and weak or even with robust health systems. It taught us to invest on the fundamentals, on health workforce, disease preventions and health promotions, primary health care and health equities. Afghanistan also commends the efforts of WHO and partners in developing the ACTS, Accelerator and COVAX vaccines pillar to ensure the equitable distribution and deployment of vaccines over the world. The recent emergency of variant makes the rapid and equitable rollout of vaccines even more significant. Afghanistan has also suffered and was caught in surprise despite of the significant progress that it has been making in delivery of both basic and essential health packages of health services in recent decades. Lastly, Afghanistan call on WHO member states and partners to maintain solidarity and collective struggle to defeat the pandemic and prepare for the future emergencies by rendering support for weak and fragile health setting and helping them build a resilient one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now to Cuba, to be followed by France.
Gracias, moderadora.
Thank you, moderator. We're very grateful to the WHO and to the panels for their reports. We support the work being done by WHO, particularly on the international health regulations. The interpreter apologizes, but she has fluctuating sound here.
Existen principios que deben quedar mejor definidos en su implementación.
We think that implementation needs to be better defined.
Epidemias o eventos que puedan convertirse en un evento de salud pública.
I'm sorry, Chairman, this is not possible to interpret. The sound is breaking
up. Las políticas con enfoques dirigidos a las poblaciones vulnerables y la consideración del acceso global a medicamentos, vacunas, sistemas de salud, actuación intersectorial y medidas de respuestas en el ámbito económico y social. En este contexto, el gobierno cubano
the Cuban government would like to emphasize the importance
a países específicos en los informes.
Of
la prioridad
not necessarily referring specifically to countries, individual countries in the reports. What we should be doing is promoting cooperation and avoiding viewpoints that are not impartial or excessive criticism. That would get in the way of our achieving our goals. The international health regulations should be used in order to assist countries to tackle pandemics.
Finalmente, nos complace ver que el informe reconoce
we are happy to see that the report recognizes the fundamental role played by the WHO
oportuna. Nuestro país brindará
in these matters. We will continue to follow
el comité de revisión a la
what the review committees are doing carefully and look forward to the conclusion of the work at the forthcoming World Health Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from Cuba. I regret to inform you that we did have some issues with the sound. Apologies for this. We shall move to the next intervention, being France, and we will do our best to return to you. Thank you very much. And now, France, vous avez la parole.
You have the floor. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson. France fully supports the current review process and the multilateral architecture for public health, as has been mentioned in the joint statement which is submitted on the subject. Numerous paths to reform have been mentioned in the reports that were submitted to the EB that we support. I would like to focus on the following proposals. First of all, strengthening the role of the WHO in coordinating the preparation and response to future health crises. Secondly, improving the scaling of the alert system and strengthening the implementation of the IHR, as well as the establishment of an on-the-ground inquiry mechanism in the case of emergencies. The current health crisis has also shed light on the need to have credible information which is based on science, on the links between human health, animal health, and the environment, and to make these more visible and better known and better taken into account by governments and civil society. This is why we support the call to have the high-level expert committee, One Health, which was initiated at the Parents Forum and which was announced by the leaders of the WHO, the FAO, UNEP, and WOAH. We support the proposal made by the DG of the WHO to have this put into place before the WHO next year. Lastly, with regard to methodology, it is particularly important for us to define a calendar, how we're going to implement these different reforms that have been proposed, once the definitive reports, of course, will be published. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. And now to the Syrian Arab Republic, to be followed by Switzerland.
We thank the organization for this report, and we would like to mention that we have lost many of our dear family members in this crisis. We need to be able to face this pandemic through the WHO, which of course the main pillar, and which must base itself on scientific proof in its reports and not on hypotheses. We support what has been said by the representative of China yesterday, the evaluation of the preparedness and response in an objective fashion, in a global fashion and a balanced manner. We hope that efforts will be concentrated on international cooperation in order to face the pandemic and joint efforts to face it. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. And now to Switzerland, to be followed by Thailand.
Chairperson, our hearts are with those here and throughout the world who have lost their lives or have lost one of their dear family members in this pandemic. In numerous countries, the number of infections is stagnating at a very high level, and the risk of a quick rebound is real, given the new variants, which are more contagious. As a host country, Switzerland thanks the WHO, its secretariat, and all of its workers in the headquarters in Geneva and through the regional offices and country offices for their continued commitment. Switzerland welcomes the interim reports of the different evaluations that have been made on the handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. Good coordination in terms, as well as reviews and common recommendation are for us fundamental. Switzerland supports in this regard the efforts and the projects that are ongoing at WHO in order to improve the implementation of the IHR. Switzerland makes a priority of ensuring that there is a universal health protection architecture, and with its partners, it will continue to reflect on these different projects which are ongoing. We welcome the considerations and the proposals made in report EB 148/18 of the WHO, which notes that for some of the supplemental information that has been proposed, it needs to be shared with member states. We are actively participating in the work which is oncoming to ensure that it goes to the member states. The lessons learned from the pandemic must lead to better tools and better financing for a sustainable emergency program from the WHO. We, as member states, must ensure that the WHO can respond to our expectations and our requests. Under agenda item 14.2 of the agenda, Switzerland supports the draft decision which has been submitted by the European Union. We will actively participate in the negotiation of future resolutions in order to strengthen the WHO, its governance, and its instruments. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. And now to Thailand, to be followed by Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. Thailand aligns itself with the original statement made by Sri Lanka. Thailand would like to underscore the following issue. First, the call is so clear, Chair. COVID-19 pandemic confirmed that we have not invested enough in developing robust public health emergency system and strengthening IHR core capacity. Among many, one of the most important and most urgent action is to strengthen risk communication and community engagement. Second, we request the WHE program to strengthen not only the operation, but also the governance and management of health emergency system. This requires whole of government engagement, coordination across sector, and political commitment. The management of the National Emergency Operations Center should be resilient and flexible to address high dynamic demand and situation, including progress of evidence and technical advice. Third, availability, adequacy, and efficient use of limited resources are crucial. Resource mobilization for the WHO program must be predictable, reliable, and sustainable. Fourth, we need information for action. A whole of society approach is needed to build up knowledge sharing of key epidemiological, laboratory, and clinical data. This will help to address root cause, identify weakest link, and improve the early warning system. Lastly, we appreciate the leadership of EU and other member states in the development of the draft decision. As a co-sponsor, Thailand calls all EB members in endorsing this draft decision. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And now to Brazil, to be followed by Belgium.
Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Mr. Chair, Brazil thanks WHO, the independent panel, the IHR Review Committee, and the IAOC for their reports and presentations. As decided by the member states in Resolution WHA 73-1, an impartial, independent, and comprehensive view of the international response to COVID-19 is of utmost importance and urgency. Brazil has been engaged in the discussions on strengthening WHO and its emergency program. We co-sponsored the WHO roadmap proposed by the United States as a starting point for a better WHO. We have been active in the negotiations of the draft decision introduced by the European Union, and we will continue to be so in the run-up to the Assembly in May. The member states and the Secretariat have an opportunity and a duty to make WHO more accountable and transparent, to strengthen the oversight and decision-making roles by the member states so that WHO becomes more, not less, responsive to the whole membership, to clarify mandates, to foster mutual confidence as the basis for enhanced cooperation among the member states, to timely and full implementation of our IHR responsibilities, to make a more efficient use of WHO available resources, while also fully aligning all its funding to the priorities set by the whole membership, not just a few, and to put the equitable access to safe, affordable, efficacious, quality-assured medicine and other health products at the center of every WHO effort. And we are very happy to hear the co-presidents of the independent panel speaking loudly about this. Mr. Chair, in parallel to the review process and the intergovernmental negotiations, the Secretariat has advanced some initiatives, such as the pilot phase for the Health and Preparedness Review and the Biohub. Such initiatives would have greatly benefited from previous discussions with all member states. That would avoid undesirable duplication of efforts and preempting and prejudging the results of ongoing negotiations led by member states. Let us not risk creating a WHO a la carte, where those who can pay more are given a better place at the table. Mr. Chair, Brazil would appreciate if the Secretariat could provide details on the expansion of networks for pathogen sharing, in particular the creation of the Biohub. We note in passing that many countries do have capacity and technology to act as hosts of samples, whereby collaborative structures could be a more inclusive way forward. We wish also to have more information on the envisaged strategy to integrate the fight against Arbor viruses. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And now to Belgium, to be followed by Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Moderator, Belgium fully aligns itself to the statement made by Austria on behalf of the EU and its member states. First of all, we wish to commend WHO for all the work done in the COVID response so far, and both review panels for their very interesting interim reports. In reaction to this, we would like to raise some points. The first point concerns the impact of international travel and related recommendations on the spread of COVID-19. In our view, in some situations, travel restrictions can bring an important positive impact when implemented in an early stage. However, we often still refrain from implementing strict measures when we should. Hence, we believe that we urgently need to revise our common approach on travel recommendations. This point is extremely relevant today, as we believe that much stricter measures are needed regarding international travel to limit the spread of new variations of COVID-19. Secondly, we find it remarkable that apparently there's hardly any correlation between the outcome of external or self-assessments of IHR implementations and the real effectiveness of a country's response to COVID-19. We believe that this urges us to fundamentally rethink the concept of preparedness. Third, and finally, we should not only think about the meaning of preparedness, we should also implement it to review it. We invite all involved international organizations, OECD, to come together to adopt revision and actions, including the reporting mechanisms like surveys or indicators, and this into a coherent global approach on pandemic preparedness. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, and now to Turkey.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, we would like to thank to the whole WHO emergencies team and particularly to Mike Ryan for being with us since the very first days of the pandemic and sharing all available information and developments with us in a timely manner. In his presentation yesterday, Mike shared key areas of action for consideration, which includes very crucial points such as a global health emergency supply chain, a rapidly deployable global health emergency workforce, and strengthened national health emergency preparedness and response systems. These key areas and way forward, as Mike mentioned, accurately reflects the lessons learned within the process. These facts actually provides a great picture of both national and international problems and solutions in terms of preparedness and response to health emergencies. We believe an achievable roadmap can be built on those key areas and way forward. We have no doubt that the IPPR will consider the shortcomings and strengths of the current functioning of WHO in health emergencies. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to the final two member state interventions under this agenda item, those being from Spain and Ecuador.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, Director General, ladies and gentlemen, Spain endorses the statement of the European Union and we note the Director General's report. We are grateful to WHO for its constant support to all member states in preparing for and responding to any public health threat. This COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the need for the organization to continue to reform in order to boost its capacity, improve its preparedness, its monitoring of and assistance to member states. The organization should improve its coordination in respect of cross-border health emergencies, seeking elements in common which will help the measures to be taken to be more consistent. We think this will bring better coordination to the global health system and avoid duplication and overlapping. It is essential that the work of the review committees on the IHRs continue, and that goes for the advisory committee and other bodies too. We urge the organization to continue working on this, and we will be happy to help, for example, in including events which do not meet the criteria for being defined as a public health emergency of international importance in the IHRs. These events may nonetheless need an urgent, large-scale public health response, always bearing in mind, of course, the specific situation of individual countries. Another important matter is the development of a national network of solid, well-trained focal points to implement the IHRs in all countries. If we have this, we will guarantee early detection of public health events and be able to evaluate risk for issuing a health alert on a graduated basis, as well as strengthen the exchange of specific information during an emergency. The reform process will, we think, produce tangible results in a reasonable time and can be taken to the WHO. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Ecuador is grateful for the efforts that were put into the presentation of the document, the preparation and presentation of the document. Member states and experts have given very wide-ranging support to the international health regulations. However, it is essential to improve some aspects of them so that the world can be better prepared to tackle the next pandemic. A clear definition of the functions and responsibilities of the Secretariat in the Member States would be helpful too. High-level political support and the provision of resources for the implementation of the regulations are essential, but they're not consistent or regular, either nationally or internationally. Global alert activities in response to epidemic outbreaks has improved, but there are still obviously major gaps. That's been shown by the preparedness or lack of it of countries for tackling the COVID-19 pandemic. This goes particularly for some essential public health functions and the role of the focal points for international health regulations. And there are other issues such as research, risk management, which need to be taken into account as well. We need to work together to better implement the international health regulations, because that will help us to work together better to fight pandemics as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Spain and Ecuador. I understand that we have received a number of requests from non-state actors in official relations with WHO to speak under this agenda item. The speakers list follows the order in which the statements were submitted to WHO. And now, with the permission from the chair, I should wish to move through that list to invite those non-state actors to kindly deliver their statements. That being said, should have the pleasure of inviting the International Federation of Medical Students Associations. Thank you. You have the floor.
Honorable Chairperson, distinguished delegates, the International Federation of Medical Student Associations, supported by the International Veterinary Student Association, strongly believe that public health emergencies require collective efforts from all stakeholders, including youth, to save lives and to minimize immediate and post-crisis impact. The COVID-19 pandemic is a testament to the existing public health system. Thus, strengthening health system is essential to ensure better preparedness and effective responses in managing health emergencies. Therefore, the advocacy calls on member states to strengthen collaborations with non-state actors, including youth-led organizations, to establish a comprehensive strategy to minimize public health emergency impact, to encourage data sharing and transparent communication with all stakeholders to promote health literacy and combat misinformation, and to ensure safety and promote well-being of all healthcare workers, including students. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Public Services International.
For us as Public Services International Trade Union, the continued killing of health workers in conflict zones is unacceptable. We thus call on member states to ensure their safety and security. We also call for member states' political commitment to investment in human resources for health, including improved health, employment, and working conditions. Community health workers are being increasingly deployed to provide home-based care, as well as for frontline roles in the COVID-19 response in complex emergencies. But they are underpaid and not adequately provided with personal protective equipment. We urge member states to equally ensure their safety, security, and decent working conditions. And we call on member states to invest in crisis preparedness and strengthen public health systems. Thank you.
Thank you. And the Worldwide Hospice Palliative Care Alliance.
University student and a person who lives with a rare disease, which means family palliative care. On behalf of the Worldwide Hospice Palliative Care Alliance, we are concerned that palliative care is not included in the report on health emergencies. We believe that the vast majority of people experiencing a humanitarian crisis do not receive palliative care. In a recent survey of our global membership and partners, only 11% believe that adults and children living in refugee camps get the palliative care they need. The WHO developed an important guidance of in humanitarian emergencies and crises in 2018. The WHO includes palliative care as an essential service.
Apologies for the interruption. Sorry, Ms. Samuels, and we'll just kindly ask that you slow it down for us just a little bit. Thank you very much.
The WHO includes palliative care as an essential service within the universal health coverage spectrum, and the WHO has included palliative care medications in its list of essential medicines. Recent WHO guidance documents on essential health services and clinical management in the COVID-19 pandemic response specified the inclusion of palliative care. Sadly, the reality remains that palliative care is daily integrated into health emergency responses in practice. It is crucial that these documents are operationalized and that palliative care is integrated in the WHO's work in emergency situations as an essential health service. As an example, in the Rohingya camps in Bangladesh, research found that over 60% of those with serious illness were suffering from pain, but that effective pain treatments were largely unavailable. We cannot leave behind people who need palliative care in emergency situations, and we urge WHO and member states to integrate palliative care into health emergency responses. Thank you.
Thank you. And Medicus Mundi International?
Thank you. This MMI statement is supported by PHM. WHO is uniquely placed to deliver a democratic and equitable global emergency response, yet is underfunded. Increased assessed contributions and lesser dependence on voluntary contributions is critical. Allowing the agenda of donors, whether powerful countries or NSAs, to shape WHO priorities sets us for collective failure. IHRs should be amended to include Syracuse principles. IHR compliance is affected by countries' health systems' robustness. Shared responsibility without imposing an unfair burden on LMIC requires financial and technical support for IHR compliance. Access to innovation is crucial during health crises. Member states should endorse the TRIPS waiver as well as license publicly funded COVID-19 products through a setup based on binding principles of access and benefit sharing. Thank you.
Thank you. The Task Force for Global Health.
Thank you very much, Chair. Congratulations to the WHO and member states for their solidarity and shared efforts in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. The Task Force for Global Health and its 17 programs partner with WHO to build public health workforce capacity through its TEFINET program. TEFINET is the network of more than 75 field epidemiology training programs with over 14,000 alumni and almost 5,000 trainees, forming a global cadre of well-trained field epidemiologists. To protect the health of all people from future pandemics and public health emergencies, it is critical to develop field epidemiology technical capacity. The task force, key partners, and stakeholders met to develop effective global field epidemiology capacity and developed a roadmap comprising 7 recommendations and a strategic leadership group. We urge you to support the work of the strategic leadership group to ensure that every country in the world has the necessary applied field epidemiology capacities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The World Federation of Societies of Anesthesiologists.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Moderator. Distinguished delegates. The World Federation of Societies of Anesthesiologists, WFSA, is the foremost global alliance of anesthesiologists providing perioperative and critical care medicine. With over 5 billion people unable to access safe anesthesia and perioperative care due to insufficient trained anesthesiologists, a deficit in technology and equipment such as ventilators, pulse oximeters, capnography, and poor distribution of vital medicines and supplies, including affordable and reliable oxygen supplies, the ability of health system to respond to current and future emergencies will remain limited until investment in anesthesia and perioperative care is prioritized. WFSA calls on member states to develop national anesthesia plans that ensure long-term investment in a highly trained anesthesia and perioperative medicine workforce and adopt the recommendations of the WHO Essential Medicine List and the WHO WFSA International Standards for the safe practice of anesthesia. Thank you.
Thank you. And we now have just 3 more statements from non-state actors. The next shall be specific to document EB 148/19, and then the remaining 2 statements will be specific to EB document 148-18. Thank you. And now to the International Federation of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers and Associations. You have the floor.
We can. You may proceed.
IFPMA wanted to deliver a statement yesterday on COVID response. However, we were impeded to do so as it seems due to technical issues. So I just invite members to check our statement on IFPMA website. And now this statement, which is a joint statement, I'll deliver it on behalf of Global Self-Care Federation, International Council of Biotechnology Associations, and an IFPMA. The IHR committee is addressing many critical issues, and it would be impossible for us to address all of these in the short amount of time today. Therefore, we would like to focus only on the cross-cutting issue of pathogen sharing, which is also addressed under agenda item 14.4 on Nagoya Protocol. The COVID pandemic has highlighted the importance of timely pathogen sharing in the context of public health emergencies. The criticality of fast, timely, and unrestricted access to pathogen information in allowing the development of medical countermeasures and understanding the genomic epidemiology of the virus has been recognized by both the committee's interim report under Para 42 and the DG's report on Nagoya under Para 3. Though the preamble to the Nagoya Protocol recognizes the IHR, currently the global ability to share pathogen samples and their related data in a timely manner is being impacted due to the inefficient and bureaucratically burdensome bilateral system envisaged under the same protocol, most notably for seasonal influenza viruses. Navigating a system in which each country has different access requirements that must be negotiated bilaterally is simply not feasible when dealing with the emergency of a novel pathogen. In light of this, IFPMA fully supports the committee's approach to conduct an article-by-article analysis and consider how the IHR could facilitate the rapid sharing of scientific findings and samples under the Article 6. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to the Cochrane collaboration.
The COVID-19 pandemic has clearly demonstrated the critical importance of timely, evidence-informed global health policy. Governments, healthcare professionals, and researchers worldwide continue to seek answers to questions related to the treatment of patients and how best to protect populations. Cochrane is a global leader in the production of high-quality synthesized evidence to inform health decision-making. Over the last year, we have worked closely with WHO to support its response to COVID-19. As we begin to look ahead to beyond COVID-19, we should really learn from this pandemic and think about what preparedness for future health emergencies should involve, which surveillance systems are needed, and what the research community can do to support WHO and member states in preparing for this. Cochrane is therefore committed to not only support WHO with its norms, standards, and guidelines work with evidence synthesis throughout the remainder of the COVID-19 pandemic, but also to contribute towards ensuring global preparedness for future pandemics and health emergencies. I thank you.
Thank you. And now to the World Medical Association.
To speak on behalf of the World Medical Association representing millions of physicians globally. We welcome the report from the Directorate General and emphasize the recent Health Assembly call in the spirit of unity and solidarity for the intensification of cooperation and collaboration at all levels in order to contain and control outbreaks and mitigate their impact. In the pursuit of your reflections, we strongly recommend taking into consideration the critical challenges of health personnel on the front line. We emphasize in particular the ethical dilemmas for health professionals that they experience in emergency contexts, which includes but are not limited to the protection of civilians and healthcare capacities and the respect of medical neutrality. These complex issues are essential and must be incorporated in the discussion to develop an adequate public health emergency policy. To this end, we urgently call for the promotion and implementation of the ethical principle of healthcare in times of armed conflicts and other emergencies endorsed by civilian and military healthcare organizations in 2015. We emphasize once again the following additional key matters to be addressed. In particular, implementing the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2286 condemning attacks and threats against medical personnel and facilities in conflict situations, and to provide to WHO the necessary support to fulfill its leadership role in documenting attacks on health personnel and facilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As there are no further requests to take the floor, I should have the pleasure of handing back to His Excellency, the Chair. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you. If there are no more requests from the floor, I shall again ask the Secretariat to respond. Secretariat, you can have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Chair. Before the Secretariat's response, I would first like to give the floor to Her Excellency Ellen Johnson-Sirleaf, Co-Chair of the Independent Panel for Pandemic Preparedness and Response. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. I would like to thank all member states for your support of the work of the Independent Panel, the IHR Review Committee, the IOAC, the GPMB, and the WHE. We thank the chairs of the IHR Review Committee, the GPMB, the IOAC, and the WHE for their presentations yesterday. We note the call for complementarity work of these bodies to create recommendations for strengthening the pandemic preparedness and response to be supported by all member states. We continue to share your view that the Independent Panel should produce a practical, robust, contextualized, and implementable report. This is our shared commitment and one that the Independent Panel takes seriously. We seek a healthier world together, and we must all get there together. The Independent Panel's second report on progress is the result of 3 months of work by the full panel since 17 September. It's been informed by the review of hundreds of documents, expert consultations across many sectors, case studies, submissions from member states, academia, civil society, and citizens, and almost 100 interviews with people on the front lines of pandemic preparedness and response. We appreciate the feedback from China. The Independent Panel will continue to access data and information from China as we finalize the chronology. We are committed to getting it right. This is about learning based on facts. We believe it's time countries invest in real change. Investment in pandemic preparedness is an investment in collective health security. We've lost 2 million people and an estimated 6 trillion in global GDP in the last year. This is argument enough to invest in change. The Independent Panel looks forward to working with each and every one of you to achieve our common objectives as one world. Thank you for the opportunity and for being able to make this presentation.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for those comments. I'd now like to invite Dr. Mike Ryan, Executive Director for the Emergencies Program, to coordinate the responses of the Secretariat on this item. Mike, you have the floor.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. We will have a number of colleagues provide some specific input, but they will keep their interventions short. In general, we'd just like to acknowledge and thank all our member states for the encouraging comments, for the constructive inputs that you have made. Many of you have spoken to, and I think I specifically refer to the contribution by our German colleague on the concept of being truly prepared and overcoming our comfort levels about what that actually means. Others have spoken about focusing on the issues together. I think our Austrian colleagues on behalf of the EU spoke about success lying in the hands of our member states and making the global system fit for purpose. Our colleagues from the US, the world joining forces, China spoke about, and Chile and others continued to focus on those issues. Almost all member states alluded to this need to move forward together to strengthen the system, and we appreciate those comments, and we as your Secretariat will do everything in our power to realize those aims and dreams that you are putting forward. There were specific references to a number of things, and I'll pass to colleagues on that. Particularly welcome the comments from Thailand on the importance of risk communication and community engagement and community-based responses. I think we can all see that Thailand's success in this response was fundamentally based on their frontline health workers, the primary health care, and the community preparation that was already in place. There were some comments made over the last day or two. The comment on attacks on healthcare came up again and again, both attacks on the physical infrastructure of health and on healthcare workers, and also for their conditions, their training, and the provision of PPE. Dr. Sosik can speak to how we're tracking that. Thanks to our colleagues in the Cochrane collaboration, increasing the strength of our collective ability to synthesize evidence and using all of those out there on the global stage who can support that process and enhance WHO's capacity to do that quickly is exceptionally important. Our colleagues from Japan mentioned strengthening the IOIC. I'm sure Phyllis D. Harvey and our colleagues on the IOIC will welcome that. We provide a secretariat support to IOIC, but in essence, the IOIC has been very fundamental in providing regular constructive input, has visited almost all of our field responses, and provides very critical, useful and constructive information to the program on how we can improve our performance. Japan also spoke to the regional platforms that we need. Global platforms are one, but we do need to have that regionally relevant responses. And again, we reflect on that as we work through our regional directors and regional emergency directors to ensure that we do provide regional platforms. In this response, our regional platforms have provided the vast majority of support to our member states in real time. Headquarters focuses on global surveillance. We focus on global norms and standards, on operational support and global supply chains. Without our regional platforms, without that closeness to our member states, without that relevance, it is difficult to translate global architecture into local action or national action. Our regions represent a massive advantage for this organization and relevance to our member states. One personal note of congratulations, Dr. Rana Safdar in Pakistan, recently appointed as the Director General for Health. Rana, congratulations, my friend. We worked together on the front lines of polio eradication for years in Pakistan. But you did say something very important, a renewed realization of the situation we're in and the importance of pandemics, and using this as a catalyst for changing the world. So thank you, Rana, for your wisdom. Finally, on my side, many questions were put around the issues of data and data reporting on transparency and picking up the signals and alerts. I did speak to this before, but I think it's worth repeating. Our Epidemic Intelligence from open source system, an artificial intelligence driven platform, working with the countries in the G7 and many, many partners around the world like ProMed, GFIN, Health Map, and many, many others, generates 9 million hits per month on potential epidemics. Our AI engines reduce that down to 500,000 hits that require review. That is then distilled down to 7,000 signals of importance that must be followed up with member states. 300 of those events require on-the-ground investigation, very often with WHO working side by side with our partners in the field. That happens every single month. WHO is constantly in the field. We're constantly on the ground doing field investigation. We are available any moment, any time, at 1 hour's notice to deploy to the field. It is entirely up to our member states whether we are there or not. And we would like you to consider that as you move forward in your deliberations. Facilitating global and regional platforms to access the field is a very important part of successful epidemic alert and response and health emergency management. With that, I will pass to my first to my colleague Joad Major, who will just have a few comments around things around IHR, POEs, national focal points, and then we will move to my colleague Sosefal.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark, and I will speak in Arabic. Sayyid Rais.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, many member states mentioned in their comments that no one is safe until everyone is safe. Therefore, the World Health Preparedness will be one of the main tools of the WHO, and we shall use the opportunity of this health crisis in order to renew our commitment to enhancing and promoting health preparedness. This pandemic has pointed out to many gaps in the evaluation tools that we need to complement and enhance with current initiatives such as the DG's initiative to review the UHPR. The new proposal for the UHPR, as I would like to recall that it will be piloted this year with a number of member states, and we look forward to your comments and your contributions and the comments of other countries who are interested in joining this project. Simulation exercises, or SIMEXs, provided the review after action reviews and intra-action reviews. They provided useful perspectives with regard to the national and regional preparedness for pandemics and epidemics. The WHO is maintaining its consultations with all parties into 2021 to derive lessons from the COVID pandemic and to translate it into further actions. WHO would like to call on member states to carry on building capacities on the local, national, and regional levels, and especially in urban centers. This pandemic has pointed out great weaknesses in cities and urban centers. So far, we have established more than 70 plans of national health measures, which were not all fully implemented and financed. Sustainable financing on the local and international level will enable us to better map out the resources and channel them in order to foster these national plans. Many member states shed light in their interventions on the concept of One Health and the importance of strengthening prevention and early detection of zoonotic diseases and health issues in humans, the environment, and animals. And therefore, we need to use all technology measures in order to contain any zoonotic diseases and determine their resources. And we need also to foster all methods to overview and to have a good oversight over health measures in collaboration with parliaments, including health sector and the private sector. organization will carry on supporting member states in building capacities in order for them to be ready operationally to contain the outbreak of diseases and pandemics in health emergencies, and also to enable local communities with regard to the importance of the health systems and networks, supporting laboratories and clinical beds with all the necessary capacities and in a timely manner. As Dr. Ryan said in his presentation yesterday, in addition to national preparedness, the world needs better global preparedness with regard to the efficient distribution of resources and interventions that are saving lives, and societal interventions also across borders. It was clear from your many interventions, your support for IHR being the cornerstone for international preparedness. But as pointed out in the IPPR report, with regard to the review of global health, there are many aspects that require reconsideration so that the world can be better prepared. And as we see also from your interventions, the national focal points of IHR play a very fundamental role in promoting the IHR. We need to further empower and enable those focal points. And we will carry on working with the regional and country offices to further promote the role of IHR focal points through regular workshops and seminars in order to derive lessons and to share the current knowledge with regard to the exchange of information, expertise, and practices. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jawad.
I shall now give the floor to Abraham Sasafeld, my colleague.
Okay. Shukran, Mike.
Thank you very much, Mike Ryan.
To show the diversity of the emergency program.
So, thank you very much, Chairperson. I would firstly like to thank the member states for the support that they've lent to the program. As you underscored, we are responding to numerous emergencies during COVID-19 being our priority. You also saw that we had a number of different other challenges that we were facing, and we had teams that were working just as well on the ground on humanitarian crisis and natural disasters and on the pandemic. And you saw, for example, what happened with the explosion in Lebanon. So we work guided by principles and trying to apply the lessons learned through science. We spoke a lot about the platform for research and development within the framework of the COVID-19 pandemic, and we have already put into place 3 different tools. For example, the vaccine. We've worked on Ebola, but also we use the cold chain, a very high level of cold, in difficult conditions on the ground to be able to have an Ebola vaccine on the ground. So we're trying to work on other diseases which are priorities as well. For example, we have the Ebola vaccine on one strain, but not for Marlborough disease, for example, or other. So it's very important to work on R&D to look at these continuing challenges. We have already began to work on how to update our reference framework to respond to emergency, the ERMF, and this helps us and guides us in the response to this pandemic. They're taking into account, and it allows us to strengthen different operations and to have emergency response, including in the most difficult situations. We are currently improving our risk management in these situations, and as you all noted, our commitment to strengthen prevention and work against sexual exploitation takes
a priority place in this new work. We've worked with representatives from countries where there are humanitarian crises to ensure that we can prevent sexual abuse and exploitation. And again, this is something which has a very important place, as important as the technical cooperation going on in countries. We'll continue that. We are also strengthening our emergency response. This will allow us to link, first of all, early warning, alerts, and the response. As Mike underscored earlier, every morning in our operations, we review all of the alerts and the signals which we receive through formal and informal channels. And this allows us to focus on health issues which are of first priority. And then, of course, the support of member states has allowed us to respond in 24, 48 hours to all the emergencies. We extend our thanks for this support, which allows us to remain operational. So we're working in humanitarian emergencies with the health sector. We have some 900 different partners helping us in responding to the pandemic, and we will continue to strengthen our country presence in the first line so that we are able to have country offices who have everything they need to be first responders in these situations. Going beyond what I've mentioned, to build the capacity of the WHO, we have this global emergency workforce that is being developed in a more specific fashion to ensure that countries have their first responder teams that can respond to risks that exist in the countries, but also that could be used in other situations, for example, for supporting other countries. So we continue to look at all these different health emergencies while continuing our work on COVID-19, of course, and we appreciate the support of all of our partners and also the leadership of countries. Their leadership at a national level is important. We can't be efficient in any response if we don't have leadership. Also, learning is important. The lessons that we've learned allow us to update our approach for helping to prepare countries. I thank you.
Merci, Sose.
Thank you, Sose.
A couple of other interventions, and just to reflect and to reassure Canada and other member states who mentioned this, that we're very, very conscious of the role of gender, both as a potential risk factor for disease, but also as a major inequity in terms of disease, of access to services and care. This goes right across WHO's work, but is specifically important in the area of health emergency response. And again, to assure Canada that we have very gender-informed response. We disaggregate and collect all our data in a disaggregated fashion, reflecting the gender dimension, and constantly track that as a major potential risk factor for disease, as we've seen in preponderance in males, but also the inequities of access to healthcare, which may result in poorer outcomes, especially for women and girls in many, many situations, especially in fragility and conflict. I forgot my manners. I'm thanking Denmark very much for their announcement on their increased voluntary contribution, but also for their focus on zoonosis and emerging zoonosis. Many countries mentioned this. Again, I spoke to this yesterday. Susanna and myself, the DDG, are working very closely to ensure that the One Health Council, that the way in which we manage all aspects of that, and specifically emerging zoonosis, which from an operational point of view for alert and response are managed by Sylvie Briand and Maria Gurkoff in our program. But as ever in this response, we operate as one organization, sharing responsibilities and roles across the house. So we look forward to the leadership of our DDG in taking forward the broader One Health Council on behalf of the Director General. Again, Jamaica, another country spoke. Jamaica spoke very much to misinformation, and again, I referred to that before. This is a major issue, and please be assured that this is becoming, infodemic management has really emerged and becoming a major pillar of WHO's activity. It is linked to risk communication and community engagement. And again, a shout out to our colleagues in UNICEF and the International Federation of the Red Cross. One of the first times where we've come together to provide a collective service, not only globally, but now at country level, working together within and without the UN system to provide a collective service for risk communication and community engagement in health emergencies. This is a major step forward for our organizations in aligning and pulling our operations together, not just our vision and thinking. Norway also reflected on the need to better monitor and understand the role of non-pharmaceutical interventions. I think we've all struggled to measure compliance with measures. We've all struggled to understand how those measures are being adopted and the difficulties. And I think we do need to work to understand how to implement, how to measure them, how to monitor them. They're important tools, but if we don't understand how those tools work, or when they're not working, then the tool becomes potentially a banana skin for us in terms of our relationships with our communities. So on our side, we're working very hard on that, and particularly within our influenza program has been very focused on this. And again, Sylvie Briand, her team under Jawad's leadership will take forward a lot of the work to have a better understanding of that. With that, and in mentioning Sylvie, there was a question from Brazil, and you all, many member states mentioned this on the Biohub, and we have much more to lay out for all our member states, but also Brazil mentioned the issue of Arbor viruses. So I would ask Sylvie Briand, the director of our Global Preparedness Program, to just give you a brief update on the Biohub and where we go next with you towards that collective action. Sylvie, you have the floor.
Many thanks, Mike. Yes, indeed, on the Biohub, many countries have already offered to share samples and viruses voluntarily. So we are working with the Swiss authorities to see how we can rapidly operationalize this sharing. Our staff has already been in contact with various laboratories in Switzerland to see where we can send those viruses and samples. So the plan is to have very concrete steps in the coming weeks and start with a limited sharing of samples of COVID-19 and then test the system. And if it works, well, we can then scale it up. We hope to be able to provide you with more details on this operationalization and report about the first sharing at the WHA in May. Also, the sharing will be voluntarily done by countries. We acknowledge the need to discuss the issue of access and benefit arising from this sharing, and there will be a parallel discussion with member states on this issue. But we would like to very quickly move to the operationalization and start something concrete in the coming days and weeks. On arboviruses, we would like to inform you that we have started the development of a global strategy on arboviruses because we are very conscious that this could be the next type of pandemic that can come. And we have seen in the recent years the emergence of Zika, for instance, the increase in chikungunya epidemics, etc. So we would like to address the risk of arboviruses, but acknowledging also the diversity of disease that those the vector can produce. For some of the disease, we already have vaccine, for instance, yellow fever, or treatment, and that's why we need to, at the same time, have a global strategy, but acknowledge that for some disease, we do have tools already, and we just need to strengthen the prevention and control activities for those diseases. We know also that it's in relation with the environment and urbanization, and WHO has already strengthened a coordinated and comprehensive approach for vector control. So we will build on all those previous achievements and try to address the remaining gaps and challenges that we have in controlling arboviruses in the world. Thank you very much.
Merci, Sylvie. And just again, to thank our colleagues working with Susanna on the neglected tropical diseases, Raymond, and the people working on dengue, because this is a joint approach. Dealing with arboviruses is not just an epidemic alert and response. There's a massive prevention, health systems, and environment control aspect to this. So again, once more, these diseases demonstrate that you need multi-departmental, multi-agency, multi-sectoral responses to address them adequately. With that, and with thanks to for your questions and for your support, I'll hand the floor to our Chief, Dr. Ted Ross.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mike. Maybe for those who don't know you, to give them your real name, Ragnar. General Ragnar. Thank you so much to our member states for your inputs and guidance. We just would like to add some of the issues. Of course, I may repeat some of them, but I hope you will bear with me, but I will not take much time. One thing that's very clear from your comments is about strengthening WHO, and we fully agree on that. As you know, we consider change as a constant, and that we have to position and calibrate the organization on regular basis so that the organization can deliver better results to the people it serves. And if you see the last 3 years, there are more change stories than anything else, including on emergency preparedness and response. And it goes in line with what you have been asking for. I remember even since the start, since I started, there was a constant advice, input, and guidance from your side to take emergency seriously. And we have been trying to do that to the best we can. And for instance, the formation of the GPMB, and then the preparedness division, and to address the normative sides of emergency preparedness and response, our new science division and the chief scientist. Then to strengthen our digital health, which is key in surveillance, the digital health department, data, and the delivery for impact. All this was meant to strengthen emergency preparedness and response. And you have been supporting us on this. Of course, it takes time, but we will continue to build so it can start to deliver results. Then in addition to that, this pandemic is unprecedented, and there are recommendations coming. And while working, all the institutions or the panels, including the IPPR, IHR, and so on, working on new ideas, there are obviously new ideas that doesn't need to wait, as you rightly said, many of you. So that's why we're going ahead with UHPR, and we're going ahead with Biohub, and we're going ahead with Economic Council, which is already formed, and we're going ahead with the One Health approach and its council. If you take Biohub, I have been part of the member states delegation and on the other side, and sharing of genetic material has been very contentious and very difficult. And that's why we have proposed from our side this voluntary sharing and the Biohub. And we have already 3 countries who are willing to start the Biohub, and Switzerland is willing to provide the facility. The reason I'm picking this out is because without the support from member states, these good ideas cannot happen. And I call on all member states to really join this voluntary system because it can help us in the emergency preparedness and response, as you all know. But your full cooperation will be key. UHPR, the same. Honest assessment of national capacity will be important. It's a strong national preparedness that brings strong global preparedness. And we know it. So the UHPR is another mechanism which is starting as a voluntary mechanism and pilot it and see together with you how we can best use it. And that should be also institutionalized, and your cooperation will be crucial. Of course, with the Economic Council and One Health approach, the same. Then there is even a recommendation which we believe is a very good idea that can give a political dimension to the IHR. And this is a proposal made by the President of the European Council, Mr. Charlie Michel, to have a pandemic treaty. Of course, it will be up to the member states to deliberate on this and decide. But from WHO side, we believe that this is a very, very good idea. It will give the IHR the political dimension. And we ask you if there could be a team or a working group that member states composed of member states to be formed, and then move this idea forward and at least have a resolution by May. The treaty will be our second one, and that's why we're excited. As you know, we have the Tobacco Convention, and if we can make this happen, this will be the second convention or the second treaty, and for a very important area for epidemic preparedness and response. You have seen, all of us have seen how unprecedented this pandemic is, and we have to give it our best. And I think a treaty is the best thing that we can do that can bring the political commitment of member states. But I would like to use this opportunity to thank President Charlie Michel for this very good and excellent recommendation. And we would like to take it on from here with you. But of course, at the end of the day, it's your treaty and you have to deliberate in a working group to decide on how to handle it. And then the other very good proposal is from the GPMB, which we don't need to wait and implement it quickly, is the summit. And we also ask member states if you can have a member states team to work on this with us to prepare for the summit, because the summit can help in giving political support to all the changes that we are making. By the way, this is in line with what we have been trying to do before even COVID. There was a meeting of foreign ministers, health ministers, members of parliament, ministers of health, of course, at the center, planned in Morocco and organized by Morocco and Rwanda. But it didn't happen because COVID came, so we had to delay it. That our intention was to have that meeting, that level, ministers level, and then have the summit. And I'm glad that we're thinking same way with GPMB. So we would like to work on the summit with you, and would be good to make good preparations and to have a summit as soon as possible. And of course, GPMB will, since they suggested the idea, will work with us to help us in the preparation, so it can help with the treaty and the other changes, which is already a long list to be implemented and to give the political support. So these are a few of the things I would like to say. Thank you so much again for your input. I think from all the inputs, recommendations I see, the commitment from everywhere is really strong, and this is the time to make sure that the changes are implemented while even thinking for more change. As a closing, on gender, I think Mike was raising, the executive management level, we have parity, first one, and I'm glad to have that. And in all we do, we take gender seriously. And thank you to member states for your support. And then we also give multilingualism attention. And that's why in many of the COVID-related documents now, we're even translating them in up to 41 languages. So we believe that we should not be even restricted on the 6 UN languages. We should even move further and include as many languages as possible. Your support in multilingualism will be very important. But I would like to thank Portugal on this. We're moving with Portugal and make sure that it's one of those of course, Hindi and other with major populations, we can start Swahili and then move on. And we need your support from countries to help us in multilingualism. And not only that, in the management, we have geographic representation also. The management looks truly the global, and you find people from all regions, and that helps. It's not just representation for the sake of representation. It comes with its own regional experiences, the skills that can make the global, what do you call it, leadership complete. And thank you so much also for that. That has been your recommendation, your follow-up, your attention has been there, and we're making it happen, but we also ask for your continued support. Thank you. Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Tedros. As I see no more comments, may I take it that the board is ready to note the reports contained in documents EB 148/17, EB 148/18 and EB 148/19. I see no objections. The reports are noted. Is the board now ready to adopt the draft decision contained in document EB 148/conference/4? I see no objection. The decision is therefore adopted. This concludes the board's consideration of sub-item 14.2. We shall now continue our consideration of sub-item 14.3, mental health preparedness and response for the COVID-19 pandemic, including a draft decision on promoting mental health preparedness and response for public health emergencies, which is contained in document EB 148/conference/5. The financial and administrative implications of this draft decision, should it be adopted, are contained in document EB 148/conference/5 add 1. The floor is open to continue the discussion on this item. I would like to request that the Secretariat moderate the discussion on the virtual platform. Secretariat, you can have the floor, please.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Chair. As mentioned, we shall now continue with the Member State interventions under Agenda 14.3. and we shall try to respect the order of hands raised at the closure of session yesterday. I therefore have the pleasure of inviting the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Korea to be followed by Brazil. Thank you, and Republic of Korea, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The Republic of Korea appreciates the report of WHO on mental health preparedness and response for the COVID-19 pandemic. We are fully aware that there is no health without mental health. Amid continuous implementation of infectious disease prevention and control measures, including physical distancing resulting from prolonged COVID-19 crisis, people worldwide are suffering from stress, depression, anxiety, and sleep deprivation. While it was mostly the anxiety and fear over the virus and infectious disease that shook the world at the early stage of COVID-19, more recently, people are experiencing strong levels of depression and anxiety caused by socioeconomic damages. There are several areas to which we should pay attention regarding mental health. First, as pointed out in the report, a long-term monitoring of mental health issues, including depression, anxiety, suicidal thoughts, suicide rates, and changes in harm from drinking is necessary. Second, it is necessary to continuously share each country's cases of policy interventions with regards to face-to-face or contact-free mental health and psychological support for general public and those suffering from mental disorders. We would like to request WHO to provide an opportunity to this end. Third, recognizing the efforts made by personnel who provided mental health services in medical institutions and communities is also essential. Fourth, although it is important to provide a sufficient level of services to those in need of help in a timely manner, it is necessary to devise and distribute accessible messages in terms of crisis communication, which allows the general public to manage their mental health on their own and access services when they need help. The central and local government of the Republic of Korea have joined hands to launch the Integrated Psychological Support Group and implemented measures to provide psychological support to those suffering from depression due to COVID-19. As such, we are providing mental health-related information and psychological support to not only the confirmed cases and those in quarantine, but also to the general public. Notably, we have been providing relaxation and therapy program to those fighting against COVID-19, including disease control and medical staff to help them recover from exhaustion at work. Lastly, we have listed and distributed tips for mental health to enable our people to appropriately respond to anxiety, depression, and other mental health issues caused by COVID-19. The Republic of Korea will continuously join hands with WHO and other partners to address mental health issues resulting from COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now to Brazil, to be followed by Canada.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Can you hear me?
We can. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, we thank the Secretariat for the report on this item. As illustrated by our leadership in and support for many initiatives at the WHO and the Human Rights Council, Brazil attaches great importance to the promotion of mental health. In our unified health system, the SUS, mental health services and psychosocial support are available in more than 40,000 basic health units, including more than 2,700 psychosocial care centers, as well as psychiatric hospitals and specialized mental health care teams. The offer of mental health services in Brazil, including promotion, prevention, care, rehabilitation, and social reintegration, is carried out through the Psychosocial Care Network, which has received important investments by the Ministry of Health throughout the current pandemic. We have also strengthened our national program to help the reinsertion of people who have been hospitalized in psychiatric health units for a long period and whose family and social ties had been broken. Mr. Chair, health emergencies may be a potent risk factor for mental health problems, and this has been shown very clearly by a recent report, WHO survey indicating that 93% of the 130 respondent countries reported disruptions in mental health services during the pandemic. Brazil commends Thailand for the draft decision and is glad to join as one of its co-sponsors. I thank you.
Thank you. And now to Canada, to be followed by Jamaica.
Thank you, Chair. Canada welcomes this report from the Secretariat and the recommended actions contained within. We fully agree that mental health and psychosocial supports should be prioritized in our COVID-19 response and recovery efforts. This includes embracing promotion and prevention alongside treatment and recovery, as well as strengthening access to primary health care. While this public health emergency has underscored the gaps that exist in the delivery of mental health services, it has also demonstrated the importance of building these services for the future. This begins with the understanding that there is no health without mental health and no recovery without mental health recovery. These are challenging times, and Canada believes that everyone should have access to effective tools to support mental health and well-being, to obtain credible and reliable information about mental health and substance use, and to be able to access timely and quality services free from stigma and discrimination. We must continue to prioritize those whose mental health and well-being has been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. This includes health and care and other frontline workers, the majority of whom are women. Canada would like to take this opportunity to offer our sincere gratitude for the dedication, sacrifice, and resilience of health and care and other frontline workers everywhere, before, during, and after the COVID-19 pandemic. Chair, we will all fare better when we are prepared. This means integrating people-centered mental health services and psychosocial supports into all aspects of preparedness and response activities, as well as ensuring that our actions and interventions are firmly grounded in evidence. The COVID-19 pandemic has also underscored the need to accelerate evidence-based innovation in mental health, particularly to reach those in vulnerable situations, as well as in rural and remote communities. We look forward to working closely with the WHO, PAHO, member states, and other partners to see this work forward. Finally, we thank Thailand for their leadership in developing the decision on this important issue, which Canada is pleased to co-sponsor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And now to Jamaica, to be followed by France.
Chair, good morning. Thank you. Jamaica thanks the Director General for his report. Jamaica recognizes the right of its citizens to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health. This is inextricably linked to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, and in particular, the SDG Target 3. The COVID-19 pandemic has worsened established risk factors for short and long-term mental health and behavioral problems. We therefore thank the WHO for its continued support for mental health in emergencies, including the development of technical guidance and other resources, and the recommended actions contained in the report to minimize the mental health consequences of the pandemic. During the pandemic, Jamaica implemented robust interventions to address any mental health challenges emanating therefrom. These include, inter alia, promoting positive coping and psychosocial well-being in the population, strengthening of community-based psychosocial support, ensuring adoption of the infection prevention control measures while providing continuity of quality and affordable mental health services for persons using the mental health services, as well as collecting and analyzing data on mental health and COVID-19. Chair, while the report notes increases in instances of suicide, Jamaica has experienced a decline in the rate of reported suicides in 2020. Further, according to available data for the third quarter in 2020, there has been an uptick in our helpline calls since the detection of the first COVID-19 case in March 2020. Jamaica remains committed to its focus on reducing stigma and discrimination and other barriers to accessing mental health care services, particularly during this unprecedented period. We also call for member states to redouble their efforts to ensure promotion, prevention, rehabilitation, treatment, and access to essential health services. Chair, in closing, Jamaica takes note of the recommendations and ongoing work in this critical area. Jamaica is pleased to co-sponsor the resolution on mental health. I thank you.
Thank you. And now to France, to be followed by the Philippines.
Thank you very much. France would like to endorse the statement made by Austria on behalf of the EU. We're very grateful to the Director General of the WHO for his report on preparedness and response in respect of mental health in the COVID-19 pandemic, and we support the resolution presented by Thailand. The mental health situation worldwide is very worrying. Even before the pandemic, we saw a growing number of people who had mental health illness and were suffering from addictions. The health sector did not have sufficient staff or financial resources, or indeed health establishments that could treat them while respecting human rights properly. There's also a lack of mobilization among decision makers. With the pandemic, the situation has deteriorated further, and we're only beginning now to measure the effects. Entire populations have been exposed to a very high level of anxiety and stress. Solitude, depression, self-harm and suicide increased and continue so to do. The increasing violence against women and children is also a very, very red flag. Distress and isolation suffered by elderly people and families and communities having to grieve the deaths of the nearest and dearest more and more often are just making things worse. France welcomes WHO's reaction and that of its member states. We think this should be a priority issue and we need to act urgently. Since 2019, France has had a roadmap for mental health and psychiatry. We have, for example, rolled out special services for young people and particularly vulnerable groups. In October 2021, we will be holding a global summit on mental health. The main issue for it is the promotion of mental health services which respect human rights, which are of good quality and which are informed by good practice. And we think the seminar will be an important moment for mobilizing more action in favor of mental health globally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now to the Philippines, to be followed by Bhutan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Philippines thanks the DG for the report that provides further guidance for mental health and psychosocial support response to the COVID-19 pandemic. There is insufficient data to capture the full spectrum of the pandemic's impact on mental health. Indicators such as increased utilization of crisis hotlines and anecdotal reports of COVID-19 related suicides, including among migrants and seafarers who are particularly vulnerable, point to the need for improved access to and delivery of mental health services. The Philippines supports the recommendations in the UN policy brief on COVID-19, which articulates the need for action on mental health status to be central to the national response to COVID-19 and to the recovery efforts. To facilitate this, increased investments in infrastructure, manpower, and resources to improve service delivery and access is needed. As we implement our mental health app and the Universal Healthcare Law, which provides us the legislative mandate to carry this task forward, we look forward to the continued technical assistance from the WHO. The Special Initiative for Mental Health and the results of the mental health investment case are useful in the scale-up of the strategic plan to implement the mental health law. We will ensure that these efforts are aligned with the overall goals of the Universal Healthcare Law. Through these efforts, we believe that having a mental health system that is resilient, even in this pandemic context, is achievable. The Philippines thanks Thailand for leading the negotiations of the decision associated with this agenda item and wishes to be listed as a co-sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now to Bhutan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me well?
Indeed, we can hear you and see you. Thank you.
Perfect. Muchas gracias. Queremos agradecer por el reporte. No vamos a tomar mucho tiempo, pero queremos añadir el nombre de Chile a la resolución que fue presentada en este punto y aparecer como patrocinadores. Muchas gracias.
The resolution on this particular issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Tilly. And may we now try and connect once again with Bhutan. Bhutan, you have the floor. I'm afraid it seems not to be the case, in which case I would suggest that we proceed with Denmark and Spain. Thank you.
Members of the Executive Board, the Delegates Director General,
Denmark fully aligns itself with the statement on behalf of the EU and its member states. We thank the Secretariat for the report, and we commend the actions taken to mitigate the negative effects on mental health derived from the COVID-19 pandemic. The WHO Constitution states that health is a fundamental human right. This also includes the right to a good mental health, free of stigma and free of discrimination. A good mental health is essential to living life to the fullest. It cannot be taken for granted. The report highlights that mental health is one of the most neglected areas of health. This was the case even before the COVID-19 pandemic. This is a tragic but crucial fact that we need to address as a matter of urgency. The COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in negative effects on mental health in many countries, including Denmark. We cannot allow this situation to continue while we handle the current crisis. It is therefore essential that we keep access to mental health services open for the people who need it most. And we must work actively to mitigate the negative effects on mental health for both people with existing mental illness and for the general population. In Denmark, we have initiated a 10-year plan on mental health that will address the need to reduce inequalities by ensuring equal access to care for people with mental disorders, to improve quality of care, and to secure more coordinated and integrated care. We should use this momentum to strengthen our efforts in mental health and well-being for the future. Thank you very much.
Estimado Presidente, Director.
Chairman, Director General, distinguished colleagues. Spain supports the statement by the European Union and its member states and commends the Director General on the report. We agree that mental health should play a key role in the context of measures for COVID-19 preparedness. In fact, mental health has always been a priority for the Spanish government, and it has continued to be so during these difficult, challenging times. We'd like to underscore that the effects of COVID-19 on emotional well-being and mental health in particular groups, such as COVID-19 patients, friends and relatives, health workers, people with a history of mental illness, and people with learning difficulties and impairments are well known. Mental health services in Spain have continued to be provided during the pandemic. We're trying to be flexible in terms of improving access to such services, including for groups who are the most vulnerable. Spain is working on updating its mental health strategy within the health service in line with the principles and recommendations of this report. These include citizenship rights, social integration, fighting stigma, suicide prevention, and recovery. And Spain will continue along these lines and try to focus on changing the care model for people with with mental health difficulties, according to the recommendations of the WHO, in order to respond to better mental health care in the future in a post-COVID world. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to Ecuador, to be followed by Peru.
Gracias, señor. Thank you very much indeed, Chair. The COVID-19 outbreak was declared a public health emergency of international concern at the beginning of 2020. And on the 16th of March, we drew up a preparedness and response plan based on the information provided by the international community. That preparedness plan was drawn up with the participation of healthcare workers and indeed all of the key workers responding to emergencies. Every year, Ecuador has reviewed its capacities to respond to the IHR requirements using self-assessment tools for the annual reporting over the digital platform to facilitate the provision of that information. Ecuador believes that it's vitally important to continue to work together with tangible steps, such as developing effective COVID-19 tools and strengthening management of the provision of vaccines. The member states need to continue to join forces in this fight in order to save the lives of millions of people.
Señor Presidente.
Thank you, Chairman. Peru welcomes the fact that the issue of mental health has been included on the agenda of this EB, because we believe that it draws attention to the importance of this challenge. It's a key issue for the global health agenda. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, it was estimated that almost 1 billion people in the world had some form of mental health difficulty. The effects of the health crisis, the anxiety that it's resulted in, the lockdowns and other factors have clearly made this situation even worse. In Peru, public policies on mental health are based on the principle that mental health is a key factor for social inclusion and full participation in the community. The state has adopted a number of measures, focusing on a community-based approach. We guarantee, protect, and respect human rights in that context, recognizing that everybody is entitled to enjoy the best possible standard of mental health without suffering any form of discrimination or stigma. In the context of the COVID-19 health emergency, we support the recommendations made by the Director General in the report, the need to guarantee the full availability of mental health care services and psychosocial support in emergencies. The government of Peru, through the Ministry of Health, has provided for remote consultations so that treatment is not suspended for people affected by mental health difficulties. Through telephone lines, we also provide emotional support to people and indeed to healthcare workers. We've also set up emotional support teams for people affected by grief as a result of the pandemic. Community mental health care centres are key parts of our network for dealing with this issue, and they've continued to operate during the health emergency. Sometimes remote services have been provided, and if necessary, face-to-face services too. These interdisciplinary centres for dealing with mental health incorporate psychiatrists, psychologists, nurses, and social workers, and they try to work on a collaborative model involving patients, family members, and healthcare professionals. Finally, Chairman, my delegation wishes to thank the delegation of Thailand for having submitted the draft decision on this agenda item. And that is an issue where Peru is a co-sponsor. We take note of the report. Thank you.
Thank you to Ecuador and Peru. Let us now try and connect one final time with Bhutan, who would be the last, but certainly not least, member state to speak under this agenda item. Bhutan, you have the floor. And our sincerest apologies, it seems we are unable to connect. I can see that EB member Colombia has just raised their hand. Colombia, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Colombia made its national statement on this agenda item yesterday, but we'd also like to indicate our interest in co-sponsoring the draft decision. And we'd also like to thank Thailand for submitting this text and for leading the negotiation process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all. I understand that we have received a number of requests from non-state actors in official relations with WHO to speak under this agenda item. The speakers list follows the order in which the statements were submitted to the organisation. And now, with permission from His Excellency, the Chair, I would like to invite those 4 non-state actors to deliver their statements. First being the World Organization of Family Doctors. Wonka, you have the floor.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the World Organization of Family Doctors, WONCA, representing 550,000 family doctors in 150 countries. WONCA welcomes the Director General report on mental health preparedness and response for the COVID-19 pandemic. The report is strong, noting the increased vulnerability of many people to mental health problems as a result of the pandemic, and the crucial importance of expanding effective mental health care during the pandemic and beyond. Family doctors will continue to have a central role to play in delivering and coordinating primary health care and in advocating for increased integration between specialists and community-based services. It will also be important to ensure that family doctors, like all other frontline workers, have the support they need to manage their own health and well-being during these difficult times. Missing from the WHO report is any reference to long COVID, a combination of physical and psychological symptoms affecting perhaps 10% of COVID patients. This is a problem for which family doctors are well placed to offer support and guidance. In addition, it is important to note that safe environments should be universally available to all peoples and all members of the healthcare team. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now to Alzheimer's Disease International. Alzheimer's Disease International, you have the floor. It seems we are unable to connect with them. May I propose that we would move to the statement from the International Council of Nurses. ICN, you have the floor. And moving to the next non-state actor, that being Medicus Mundi International. Medicus Mundi International, you have the floor.
Thank you. This Medicus Mundi International statement is supported by People's Health Movement. A shift from an individualistic and clinical approach to an integrated people-centered one that considers social challenges and the redistribution of power and wealth is required to achieve mental health and well-being. Holistic mental health policies address both basic needs and mental health issues from a syndemic perspective. Mental health of healthcare workers requires special attention during emergencies. Insecurity due to pre-existing informal contract and strained work conditions were worsened by inadequate infection control measures, PPE, and mental health helplines. We urge WHO to provide effective guidelines. We also urge WHO and member states to integrate mental health services into universal, social solidarity-based, unified, and publicly funded health systems, with services provided by public institutions. A narrow focus on health coverage, even if universal, will remain insufficient. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to the final statement under this agenda item, once more to the International Council of Nurses. ICN, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The pandemic is severely affecting the mental health of people across all ages, gender, and socioeconomic level, and has magnified the existing global crisis in mental illness and substance use disorders. We must not overlook the impact on the mental health of health workers who are disproportionately affected by the pandemic and at risk of full-blown stress response syndromes, anxiety, and burnout. ICN's recent report shows that in every region of the world, nurses are reporting extremely concerning and raising rates of mental distress. ICN is concerned about the long-term consequences. Service disruption, underfunding, and continued neglect of mental health will increase the number of nurses leaving the profession, worsening future nursing workforce shortages. Nurses are invaluable for mental health promotion, prevention, and care, and we need nurses now more than ever to support the COVID-19 response and to ensure the delivery of mental health services. To protect the health and uphold the human rights of billions of people, ICN urges government to place mental health at the center of COVID-19 response and recovery plans. ICN also called on government to urgently scale up investment for sustainable community-based mental health services. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. As there are no further requests to take the floor, I have the pleasure of handing back to His Excellency, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no more requests from the floor, I shall ask the Secretariat to respond to any questions raised. Secretariat, you can have the floor again.
dear Member State representatives, Director General, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank Member States for the valuable guidance that we received on this important item, which will help us to shape our work as we move forward. Thanks also for your strong support to the draft decision. We share the same concerns as you do, and expressed by many of you, both in the regional statements of the EU, AU, CEARO, AMRO, as well as the country statements, notably that mental health has to be an integral part of the preparedness and response plans and of building back better. We also think and take your guidance that to make this work, we need multi-sectoral approach, we need whole of society approach, we need data and a strategy on which we all agree. And that it has to be an unquestionable priority for all of us in moving forward with all these important components. We also welcome the third Ministerial Summit on Mental Health, which will focus on mental health and human rights, as announced by France, and we collaborate fully in its preparations. One of the critical lessons that we learned from previous public health emergency responses, such as Ebola and Zika outbreaks, is that mental health and psychosocial support is essential for the immediate urgent response and the long-term recovery plans for all the affected communities. Major stressors, such as the COVID-19 pandemic, represent risk factors for a range of mental health conditions. Many people are afraid of infection, of dying, and losing family members. People are distant from their social support networks, and many have lost the ones whom they love. Millions of people face economic turmoil, having lost their incomes and livelihoods, and adversity is a well-known risk factor for many of the health conditions. Furthermore, COVID-19 infection itself is associated with neurological and mental complications such as delirium, anxiety, and depression. Pre-existing mental disorders increase the risk of becoming severely ill or of death and risk having long-term complications due to COVID-19. Human rights violations are of particular concern, as many of you said. The collaboration between our emergency program and the Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse is long-standing, and it includes emergency operations in humanitarian emergencies and public health emergencies. It represents an excellent example of cooperation between WHE and the technical departments, and I would like to thank Mike Ryan, Executive Director, and his colleagues for this very good collaboration and looking forward to its continuation. WAG worked closely with the Mental Health and Substance Abuse Department during COVID-19 pandemic as well to ensure that mental health and psychosocial support are integral and cross-cutting components in the responses. Mental health and substance abuse is part of our response through a range of pillars and domains, such as case management, risk communication, community engagement, continuation of health services, coordination within the countries, and operations. Our DG was equally concerned and very keen to include mental health component into the preparedness and response plans, as Bangladesh expressed and so eloquently said yesterday in its statement. And therefore, in April last year, Director General of WHO sent a message to all the regional directors to include mental health and substance abuse into emergency preparedness, response, and recovery. The DG highlighted in his message to the RDs that in emergencies, mental health and psychosocial support activities should as a minimum, include cross-sectoral coordination, situation analysis, mental health care in general health care, continued care and protection of people with severe mental health conditions, and initiation of mental health system recovery. The member states asked about the funding in their interventions, and I would like to reassure you that in 2020, funding was already allocated to this area of work. However, we will continue to monitor the needs, discuss with the donors and partners, and ensure that the budget is allocated to the mental health and substance abuse component of the preparedness and response plans based on the gaps that are identified. I would like to express special thanks to Thailand for the request to include this item in the EB agenda, and thank to member states for co-sponsoring this decision, especially to Bangladesh, Bhutan, Canada, EU and its member states, Guyana, Indonesia, Myanmar, Norway, Switzerland, Thailand, USA, and many others who during the course of the discussion announced to be the co-sponsor of this resolution. This is the first time, ladies and gentlemen, that mental health is discussed in the Executive Board within the emergency agenda. Therefore, this is a historical moment. Following the release of the United Nations Secretary General's policy brief on COVID-19 and mental health, a joint statement of support for the policy brief was received by the President of the 74th session of the UN General Assembly, which was signed by 89 countries and the European Union. The statement encouraged WHO to take the lead in developing a strategy to ensure that governments have the support to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 on mental health. It is a remarkable progress to witness this support today materialized in the EB. Of course, as a next step, the support to member states will be important, and as the statement of the African Union emphasized, this has to take place at the level of primary health care, at the level of community level, and we were also very pleased, therefore, to note the request of Kazakhstan yesterday, where Kazakhstan asked us to put the implementation of the primary healthcare operational plan on the margins of a meeting of the World Health Assembly in May this year. On two issues, the substance abuse and the country support, I will invite Deborah Kessel, the Director of the Mental Health and the Substance Abuse Department, who will address these two aspects, particularly our support to healthcare workers and our support to countries on the mental health action plan updates. Over to you, Deborah Kessel.
Dr. Castell, apologies for the interruption. We're unable to hear you this end. We would kindly ask that you unmute from your end. Thank you.
Moderator? Just while you connect, Dr. Castell, there was a question regarding long COVID, and maybe I can just fill the gap for a minute, just to, while you make the connection. Wasn't going to take the floor. But just to say to our colleague from Wonka, who said, raised a very important issue on long COVID, and just to reassure everyone that we are working with our clinical networks and partners, including patient groups, for recognition, rehabilitation, and better research to better understand long COVID. We've actually included a chapter in our new living clinical guidance with expanded guidance on rehabilitation and management of long COVID. We're developing case definitions, and through the work of my colleague Samira, I think we already have an ICD code to cover the post-COVID syndrome, and we'll be doing global surveillance of that syndrome as we roll out those definitions to our member states. Thank you, Samira. And we're closely linked with patient groups, and the Director General himself has engaged directly with survivors and long COVID sufferers. And we're working with major institutions and research institutions to develop cohort studies for for the systematic long-term follow-up of patients with long-term symptoms, both physical and mental, for COVID. Just again, working with our colleagues under the management of the DDG, Dr. Susanna Jacob, we're working with the mental health, brain health, with the rehabilitation colleagues and our clinical management colleagues across the House. And in that sense, the organisation has a single, one WHO response to supporting those who suffer from long COVID, understanding the disease and its extent, the syndrome and its extent better, and finding better ways to rehabilitate individuals and ensure they can return to full health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ryan, for these additional comments. We shall now try to connect once again with Dr. Deborah Castell. Dr. Castell, you have the floor. Thank you.
Hear me now?
We can. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And my apologies for this. I don't know what happened. But I was just spending a few words to reiterate my appreciation to Thailand and to I'm offered even the possibility to speak in Spanish. Entonces voy a cambiar idioma para
to change languages in order to thank colleagues from the Americas region who also took the floor. I wanted to thank Thailand and all of those who co-sponsored the decision, but also all of the member states who took the floor, underscoring the importance of mental health as a key component of COVID-19 response. I wanted to underscore what Dr. Jacob said about the collaboration for a number of years now. People who work on emergencies are also opportunities to strengthen mental health services, and that's something we've learned through the work in a number of countries, which has demonstrated that that's possible. So we have a continued commitment to demonstrate leadership among agencies on this issue and supporting member states in this important area of work. The EB this year is also discussing the extension of the global mental health plan going forward with new recommendations for incorporating measures into healthcare systems and updated targets. The idea is to have a resilient mental health care system prepared for future emergencies with the necessary capacity to respond, and taking into account the lessons learned is also important. We need resilient healthcare workers for resilient healthcare systems. Workers must respond to emergencies because it's a human right to have that provision, and it's a collective challenge. I'd like to thank member states who underscored the importance of leading issues on substance abuse and focusing on particularly vulnerable groups such as young people and the elderly and people living in psychiatric institutions. And as someone else mentioned, people with long COVID conditions. In 2020, as part of our COVID-19 response, we drew up or designed technical tools to focus on each one of these issues, and we're going to continue to work on that going forward. WHO will continue to provide documentation and information on the lessons learned in this process, and we are committed to training all emergency workers at the 3 levels of work of the organization on mental health issues. As has already been mentioned, along with other partners, WHO is developing a whole range of technical tools in various areas to work on mental health issues and respond to the current crisis. We're developing specific materials with focusing on a package of minimum services for mental health and psychosocial support in the context of emergencies, and that will shortly be published in partnership with UNICEF and UNHCR, as it's called in English. And I apologize for not being able to connect earlier. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deborah. And we appreciate very much your work and that of your team with a small team doing miracles. And I would also like to thank ADG Ren Mingui, who is fully supporting you in this endeavor. And as we said, this is a historical year because the Executive Board has it on its agenda for the first time to put mental health into the context of preparedness and response. But you also have the more long-term and more usual mental health issues moving forward in the agenda of this Executive Board, and we can commit to Member States that this will continue to be a priority for us. So with this, I think I hand it back to the Chair and back to you, Chairman, for you taking it forward.
Ryan, and thank you, Deborah. I understand DG was going to make some comments, but has indicated that everything has been said by our esteemed colleagues here. So with that, it's now my pleasure to give the floor back to His Excellency Dr. Harsh Vardhan, Chair of the WHO Executive Board. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you. As I see no more comments, I take it that the board is ready to note the report contained in document EB 148/20. Is the board now ready to adopt the draft decision contained in document EB 148/conference/5? I see no objection. The decision is therefore adopted. This concludes the board's consideration of sub-item 14.3. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is now 1 p.m. Central European Time and time for taking the scheduled 1-hour break. We will reconvene at 2 p.m. Central European Time to resume our discussions. Thank you. Welcome back. Hope you had a very refreshing break. We shall now consider item 4. Report of the Program, Budget and Administration Committee of the Executive Board. The 33rd meeting of the Program, Budget and Administration of the Executive Board was held last week from 13th to 15th January 2021. Document EB 148/5 contains the report of the committee. As I mentioned during the opening, the PBAC considered and had in-depth discussions on items that appear on our agenda. As we turn to each of these items, I intend to draw the attention of the board to the specific recommendations of the PBAC and ask if the board concurs. I propose to hold the discussion in 2 parts. I shall first invite Professor Faisal Ben Salah, Chair of the Program, Budget and Administration Committee, to introduce the committee's report. Then we will turn to the discussion and I will invite the board to provide any comments on elements of the report which are not covered by items that will come up later on our agenda. Following our consideration of the PBAC report, I shall invite the Secretariat to provide an update on the prevention of sexual exploitation and abuse. I would like to request that any comments on the subject of prevention of sexual exploitation and abuse be provided following the update by the Secretariat. I understand that a conference paper has been introduced under this item and is contained in document EB 148/conference/6. The financial and administrative implications of this draft decision, should it be adopted, are contained in document EB 148/conference/6-1. I propose that we consider the conference paper following the update by the Secretariat. Does the board agree with this proposal? I give the floor to the Russian Federation for their comments.
Российская Федерация хотела бы попросить
Thank you.
возможность...
The Russian Federation would like to request that it be given the floor after the Secretariat. Thank you.
Does the board agree with the proposal? I see no objection. I shall now ask Professor Fegal Ben Salah, Chair of the Committee, to introduce the report of the Program, Budget and Administration Committee. Professor Ben Salah, you have the floor, please.
Director General, Chair, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Executive Board, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege and a great pleasure for me to have chaired the 33rd meeting of the Programme of Budget and Administration Committee, which concluded its work last Friday. Never has the work of the governing bodies of WHO been more important than it is now, as we continue to navigate the pandemic of coronavirus disease. Our report has been produced as an official document. Today, I would like to share with you some of its highlights. Firstly, the PBAC discussed the report from the Independent Expert Oversight Advisory Committee. We welcomed the work done by the IOAC, particularly in the areas of cybersecurity and fraud prevention. We also welcomed its focus on the mental health of WHO's staff members, noting the challenges of working remotely over a long period. We welcome the designation of 2021 as the organization-wide year of the respectful workplace, and we welcome the establishment of a dedicated cybersecurity team. The committee was delighted to see both of those things. Further, it welcomed the positive feedback on the advisory committee's review of the regional office for Europe, as well as the country office in Turkey. We were briefed also on action taken to support the mental health of staff, the work undertaken to counter harassment and abuse of authority at work, and WHO's focus on preventing and addressing abusive conduct. In particular, we expressed our support for the establishment of a commission set up to investigate sexual exploitation and abuse, as well as the hiring of an external company to conduct fact-finding regarding allegations in the Democratic Republic of Congo. In the light of discussion on this report, the committee proposed guidance to the Secretariat, including the following: that they should continue to monitor staff well-being and address the fatigue and mental health issues of staff, that they should work towards full implementation of the recommendations made by the IOAC, and also provide updates on previous recommendations formulated by the PBAC. That they should continue to strengthen essential functions such as internal controls, investigation, and cybersecurity. That they should strengthen cooperation
with other United Nations system agencies, funds and programs during the upgrade of WHO's Enterprise Resource Planning System. That they should continue working towards implementing the organization's policy of zero tolerance for fraud with regard to procurement, especially in emergency situations. The committee considered the draft proposed programme and budget 2022-2023. In particular, we appreciated that a two-stage approach had been taken to allow the budget to be adopted at the World Health Assembly in 2021 and then reviewed at the Assembly in 2022 in the light of the conclusions of the report of the Independent Panel for Pandemic Preparedness and Response, as well as other relevant reviews. The committee supported WHO targeting its investments and the 4 strategic focus areas of the proposed programme budget. In doing that, it emphasised the need for WHO to strengthen its enabling functions. The committee requested a breakdown to show how the proposed increase in the base segment of the programme and budget would be allocated per WHO region and to countries. The committee looks forward to receiving more information on prospective funding for the biennium 2022-2023. The committee welcomed the information contained in the report on progress towards achieving the United Nations System-Wide Action Plan on Gender Equality and Empowerment of Women. It requested that the Secretariat continue to report on progress in the implementation of these recommendations on a yearly basis. We welcomed WHO's continued prioritization of the transition of polio assets and WHO's efforts to update budget projections that had assumed global eradication of poliomyelitis by 2022. Regarding sustainable financing, the committee considered WHO's continuing problems of over-reliance on a relatively small number of large donors, and also the difficulty in attracting staff with the right skills. The committee expressed its support for an approach that first identifies the critical functions of the organization, costs them, and then identifies the appropriate sources of funding. We also expressed appreciation for the proposal to establish a Member States working group on sustainable financing and recommended that it be formally presented to the Executive Board at its 148th session. The Secretariat updated us on the financing and implementation of the programme budget 2020-2021. Despite the considerable emergency work undertaken in 2020 and COVID, we were pleased to hear the positive news that implementation figures remained high, comparable to those of 2018-2019. The committee urged the Secretariat to take corrective measures to address implementation challenges at country level, and also to maintain the strong implementation of planned activities under the programme budget 2020-2021. The Secretariat presented the scale of assessments for 2022-2023. The committee expressed the need to consult further on the implications of the proposed scales and recommended that consideration of this item, including the draft resolution on the scale of assessments for 2022-2023, be deferred to the 34th meeting of the Programme Budget and Administration Committee. This so that the committee could make a recommendation for adoption of the draft resolution by the 74th Health Assembly in 2021. Similarly, the committee recommended that consideration of the item on the status of collection of assessed contributions be deferred to the 34th meeting. Further, with regard to WHO's ongoing transformation agenda, we reiterated our support, emphasizing that WHO transformation is a cornerstone of the 13th General Programme of Work, and that having a reliable and reliably resourced presence in countries is at the core of WHO's work. The committee particularly acknowledged that the world's growing expectations of WHO in the wake of the pandemic require that transformation priorities be updated. The committee proposed guidance to the Secretariat as follows: that the Secretariat should take steps to overcome gaps in implementation of the transformation strategy in view of the frequent mismatch between available resources at country level and the needs of member states and partners. That the Secretariat continue to coordinate and engage with other United Nations system entities, again, especially at country level. That account be taken of the findings and recommendations from the Independent Panel for Pandemic Preparedness and Response and from the external evaluation of transformation in the prioritized plan for the continuing implementation of transformation. The committee then heard reports from the WHO staff associations and from the Ombudsman. An update on human resources and on the report of the ICSC, the International Civil Service Commission, was also presented by the WHO Secretariat. We appreciated the work that had been done towards achieving gender parity and diversity, pointing to the positive use of social media as an outreach tool to attract more staff from developing countries. We stressed that improving geographical representation among WHO staff should be considered through the lens of member states' geographical representation and not that of WHO regions. We also welcome WHO's approach to geographical mobility. The committee highlighted that in developing human resources policies, the Secretariat should be guided by the principles agreed within the broader UN system. The committee proposed guidance, including that the Secretariat pursue implementation of the Ombudsman's recommendations, including those from previous years. Also, that steps be taken towards the goal of gender parity at all levels of the organization, especially among heads of country offices. That the Secretariat should continue putting in place measures to support staff and deal with staff mental health issues in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, and should also explore alternative ways of working, among other measures. And we also recommended that consideration be given to interagency mobility within the context of the global mobility policy. Lastly, we were informed about WHO's implementation of the framework of engagement with non-state actors. The committee noted that implementation of the framework was in line with the WHO transformation and was crucial for delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals through the 13th General Programme of Work. The committee considered proposals for the admission of non-state actors into official relations, as well as proposals for renewing or discontinuing such relations for those non-state actors set to undergo their triennial review. We proposed as guidance that the Secretariat take prompt action to develop a WHO engagement strategy with non-state actors at both global and regional engagement levels. Also, that it should provide resources for headquarters and regional offices, including resources for regional offices to carry out due diligence on non-state actors. At the conclusion of this report, I wish to thank the Executive Board, its Chair and the Director General, as well as the WHO leadership team for inviting me to address you and present the report to you today. As Director General Dr. Tedros said in his opening remarks at this meeting, the COVID-19 pandemic has changed the world in many ways. It has demonstrated that we all need a strong WHO. I firmly agree that the work of the committee is and will continue to be vital for building that stronger organization. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ben Salah. The floor is now open for discussion. I would like to request that the Secretariat moderate the discussion on the virtual platform. Secretariat, you can have the floor, please.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, I would like to give the floor to the delegation of Bangladesh. Bangladesh, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bangladesh expresses its deep appreciation to the PBSC Chair, Professor Faisal Ben Salah, for producing the report. We are happy that work is in progress on 80% of the 120 recommendations on vital issues, including resource mobilization and allocation, management, and gender equality made by the committee in its 2 meetings last year. My delegation always emphasized that predictable funding is imperative for realizing the objectives of WHO. We welcome the proposal of the PBSC to form a working group to identify the principles of funding and present a report to the WHA in 2021. Mr. Chair, the PBSC had comprehensive discussions on the report of the Independent Expert Oversight Advisory Committee and rightly approved the IEOSC's focused work, particularly in the area of cybersecurity and fraud prevention, mental health management of the organization's staff members. We request the Secretary to take note of PBSC's emphasis on the implementation of the recommendations of the IEOSC, provide further updates on the implementation status, as well as the challenges it faced during the implementation process. We see the rationale behind the committee's recommendation for pursuing the 2-phase approach to prepare the proposed program budget 2022 and 2023, the budget increase, and the extension of the date for the achievements of the triple billion targets of the 13th General Program of Work to 2025. We are aware that the country level available funding is not commensurate with the needs of the member states to implement WHO transformation strategy. In this regard, we would like to ask the Secretary to provide us information on the steps it is going to take to overcome these gaps. Mr. Chair, we are happy that the PBSC has noted our request to recruit more women professionals, particularly at the country offices. We reiterate our call to further improve geographical representation from unrepresented and underrepresented countries. We also support the development of the diversity and inclusion strategy of the WHO workforce, following the principles agreed within the UN Common System, and ask the Secretariat to keep the member states informed. To conclude, Mr. Chair, my delegation urges that the recommendations of the PBSC are duly noted by the WHO and put to action for supporting governments in enhancing national capacity for maintaining its leadership role in health technology and data, and also for ensuring health security of the people around the world. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Bangladesh. I would now like to give the floor to Indonesia, to be followed by Mexico. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, Indonesia would like to thank the Secretariat for facilitating the active discussion during the 33rd meeting of the PBAC and for preparing the report as part of this agenda item. In this regard, Indonesia appreciates the effort made by the Secretariat in addressing the issues of sexual exploitation and abuse, and looking forward to the progress report on these particular issues. We would like to thank the UK for their leadership in putting forward a decision on PSEA and SH, and Indonesia support the decision on preventing sexual exploitation, abuse, and harassment, and would like to be added as co-sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you, Indonesia. Would now like to give the floor to the delegate of Mexico. You have the floor.
We wish to thank the PPAC chair for the report provided, and we welcome the recommendations that the PPAC has adopted. We just wanted to welcome in particular the decision to set up a working group to pursue work in advance of the Assembly on negotiating the budget. We'd just like to indicate that the delegation of Mexico would be willing to participate actively in that group. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico. Mr. Chair, we don't have any other requests from the floor.
Thank you. I understand that the Secretariat will respond to any comments and questions that have been raised during this discussion under the appropriate agenda items. May I take it that the board wishes to take note of the report contained in document EB 148/5? I see no objection. It is so decided. Let us now turn to the second part of our discussion. I shall invite the Secretariat to provide an update on the prevention of sexual exploitation and abuse. Secretariat, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, Director General, WHO is fully committed to zero tolerance for sexual exploitation and abuse, and the Director General has, in this spirit, established the Independent Commission on Allegations of Sexual Exploitation and Abuse in the Democratic Republic of Congo during the response to the 10th Ebola outbreak. The co-chairs have appointed the commissioners. The Commission Secretariat is now fully staffed, and the procurement process for an external company to conduct the investigations is well underway. We look forward to receiving the first progress report at the end of January. WHO has actively participated at senior level in the Interagency Standing Committee mission report to the Democratic Republic of the Congo, with a view to strengthening the protection from sexual exploitation and abuse network in country, establishing a system-wide strategy for protection from sexual exploitation and abuse in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and by supporting the network by recruiting a coordinator in Goma. WHO is fully committed to implementing the recommendations of the Interagency Standing Committee Mission Report, in particular to deploy a protection from sexual exploitation and abuse unit to be embedded within the epidemic response team, which can support an overall interagency response by the network. Furthermore, WHO will, along with its interagency standing committee partners, refine its scale-up and response model with a focus on keeping sufficient oversight for recruitment, procurement, and other activities to limit the risk of sexual exploitation and abuse. This will contribute to ensuring a victim-centered approach in our deployment of personnel in emergencies, reporting mechanisms, investigations, and victim protection measures. WHO has continued to make available to all staff and affiliated personnel its mandatory training on the prevention of sexual exploitation and abuse, with a completion rate near 95%. WHO's implementing partners have minimum standards in place to prevent and respond to sexual exploitation and abuse. The general contractual conditions for all types of services have been updated to underpin WHO zero tolerance for sexual exploitation and abuse. This requires contractors to take all reasonable and appropriate preventative measures. We have also added a question in the checklist for emergencies, which is sent to implementing partners engaged and addressing policy and investigations of sexual exploitation and abuse. We are currently finalizing our full and accurate reporting for all allegations of sexual exploitation and abuse related to WHO staff and affiliated personnel to the Secretary General. I look forward to answering any questions you might have, and thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The floor is now open for discussion. I would like to request that the Secretariat moderate the discussion on the virtual platform. Secretariat, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to give the floor to the UK first, to be followed by Austria. UK, you have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair. And my thanks to Andreas Miliska from the Secretariat for his update just now. Now, working with the United Nations survivors and aid organisations to end sexual exploitation, abuse and harassment is a high priority for the United Kingdom. In October 2018, we hosted the first international summit on tackling sexual exploitation and abuse and sexual harassment in the aid sector. Like others, we were deeply concerned by allegations of sexual exploitation and abuse by people claiming to work for the WHO and other organisations during the response to the 10th Ebola outbreak in the DRC. We welcome the rapid establishment of the Independent Commission, and we recognise that it takes time for a commission of this kind to become operational and that it's important to get it right. We're keen for the Commission to begin and complete its work as soon as possible to help deliver justice for the survivors and so that the WHO is seen to live up to its zero tolerance approach. Accountability, responsibility and oversight are vital to protect the WHO's brand. We've seen progress in some areas, and we've just heard about more, with reports of significant increase in focus on preventing sexual exploitation and abuse in the emergencies programme, for example. UN-wide initiatives led by the Secretary General are also delivering strong results and setting clear expectations. And we welcome the WHO's growing engagement with them. However, we're concerned that gaps remain, and in particular that the WHO's enabling functions are not adequately resourced for the tasks that they are required to perform. A number of recent reports and reviews contain recommendations relevant to the WHO's work to prevent sexual exploitation and abuse, including the Internal Oversight and Advisory Committee, whom we heard from yesterday, and the 2019 JIU reviews relating to ethics and investigative functions. We're keen to forge a new positive partnership between the WHO and its member states to support collective efforts in this crucial area. And it's with this in mind that I'm pleased to table the decision contained in document EB148/conf/6, entitled Preventing Sexual Exploitation, Abuse and Harassment. We're grateful to the co-drafters, Canada and the Netherlands, to the 28 other member states who have indicated they wish to co-sponsor this decision, and to all member states and the Secretariat for their constructive engagement in consultations. Following discussions with a group of member states, we would also like to propose one textual change to paragraph 3 of the draft. This would involve the deletion of all text in paragraph 3 after the word misconduct, because the paragraph would otherwise single out a single member state in a decision which has a broader scope. Thank you, Chair, and we look forward to the support and perspectives of other member states and the Secretariat.
I would now like to give the floor to Austria, to be followed by Ghana. Austria, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, distinguished colleagues. Austria would like to commend the initiators and co-drafters, United Kingdom, Canada, and the Netherlands, for this draft decision on preventing sexual exploitation, abuse, and harassment, and would like to be added to the list of co-sponsors. Thank you very much. Over.
Thank you, Austria. I would like to now give the floor to Ghana, to be followed by the United States of America. Ghana, you have the floor.
Hello. Yeah, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. And while I would like to apologize, I had some connectivity problem while we're discussing the program budget. I have a regional statement for Africa on the program budget, which links up with the sexual exploitation matter. So with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll proceed. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to make this statement on behalf of the 47 member states of the Africa region. We thank the Program Budget and Administrative Committee for a concise report which makes specific recommendations to guide the Secretariat's follow-up action on management, resource mobilization and allocation, accountability, among others. We appreciate the updates on the implementation of PBAC recommendations and commend active engagement with member states on the development of the program budget. Chair, it's worth emphasizing that the main goal of the GPW 13 and the proposed program budget 2022-2023 is to make measurable impact on people's health at the country level. This goal is also at the heart of the WHO's mission to transform the future of public health. In that regard, we call on the Secretariat to keep countries and people at the center of all decisions and to allocate the largest portion of budgetary resources for programs at the country level to enable country offices address the huge capacity gaps that militate against their ability to effectively support countries. On sustainable financing, we support the call by Germany and other delegations to match member states' expectation of what the WHO should do with the resources provided to the organization. We welcome reports and updates of the Independent Expert Oversight Advisory Committee, the Global Preparedness Monitoring Board, and the DG's update on WHO transformation, information management and technology, and measures to address sexual abuse and exploitation. In supporting the draft decision by Australia, UK, and others on preventing sexual exploitation, abuse, and harassment, contained in document EB 148-6, we note that sexual abuse is not specific to a particular WHO region or country office. It is a global problem affecting not just WHO, but many other organizations, both local and international. We therefore call on the WHO to undertake a holistic review and reinforcement of its existing mechanisms for preventing and addressing such abuses across the 3 levels of the organization. We support the adoption of the PBAC's report and join other delegations in requesting the Secretariat to endeavor to release documents for future meetings early to allow member states adequate time to review them before meetings. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ghana. I now invite the United States to take the floor, to be followed by Israel. United States, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The United States appreciates the work undertaken by the PBAC in adopting the report and thanks Dr. Salah and Tunisia for chairing a constructive PBAC meeting. We look forward to continued discussion on many of these PBAC issues during this meeting, including on sustainable financing and human resources issues. Regarding the decision on preventing sexual exploitation and abuse and harassment, we are pleased to co-sponsor this decision along with the UK, Canada, the Netherlands, and other member states. We thank the Secretariat and the other co-sponsors for all their work on this decision. We reiterate our concern about allegations of sexual exploitation and abuse in the DRC and welcome the work of the Independent Commission. Sexual exploitation and abuse and harassment in all forms are unacceptable and undermine the mission of and trust in UN organizations. We look forward to future updates on the progress of the Commission's work. We also note that the organization is developing a new policy on prevention of abusive conduct and remain very interested in seeing the text of the policy before publication. However, we recognize that a policy alone is insufficient unless the organization has the appropriate mechanisms and systems in place to effectively implement those policies. Effective procedures must be in place and enforced to ensure survivors are at the center of every response action, and both survivors and those at risk of SCA can safely report through a range of strengthened reporting mechanisms, as well as access support. These policies and mechanisms must ensure perpetrators are held accountable and do not secure future employment within the UN system or with implementing partner organizations. While we welcome WHO's efforts to respond to and address reported incidents, the United States also recognizes SCA and sexual harassment as inherently invisible and underreported issues, and notes that the majority of survivors will be unable or unwilling to report. We therefore expect that, in addition to training staff on their obligations to ensure a protective environment for those we serve, WHO will further work to enhance efforts to prevent and mitigate SCA before it occurs, including through comprehensive SCA risk analysis and increasing the proportion of female staff implementing its programming and ensuring robust staff oversight. We look forward to continuing to work with the Secretariat and other member states to address and prevent SCA and sexual harassment at WHO. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now invite Israel to take the floor, to be followed by Chile. Israel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Israel would like to thank the United Kingdom, Canada, the Netherlands for leading this critical discussion and taking the initiative to bring about a resolution devoted to preventing sexual exploitation, abuse, and harassment. We are pleased to co-sponsor this resolution and to stand along with many others in sending a clear message that WHO, as well as all other international organizations, must share a zero-tolerance policy towards sexual exploitation, abuse, or harassment. This resolution commendably raises awareness about the issue, but is not just a slogan. It contains action-oriented solutions to address it. This is a call to take responsibility by allocating the necessary resources, ensuring all staff uphold to the highest standards, and demand to do so in transparency, fairness, and inclusion. We already know that sexual exploitation, abuse, or harassment have negative physical and mental health consequences for the survivors, and that worldwide a large number of mostly women report being sexually exploited, abused, or harassed. We also know that due to underreporting, actual numbers may be even greater. Unfortunately, sexual exploitation and harassment happens everywhere, but it thrives when not properly addressed. This is an opportunity for WHO to further enhance its work and to lead by example in the UN family. In this regard, we support decisive actions on preventing sexual exploitation, abuse, and harassment in operation and facilitating effective action after sexual abuse or harassment has occurred by holding perpetrators to account and providing support and protection for survivors. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I would now like to invite Chile to be followed by the Russian Federation. Chile, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. We are very grateful for this report, as this is a particularly important issue for us, and we'd like to thank the UK, Canada, and others who've put this draft decision forward. Chile would like to add its name to the list of co-sponsors. Thank you.
Thank you, Chile. Now I'd like to invite the Russian Federation to be followed by Canada. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Thank you. The question of preventing sexual exploitation, abuse, and harassment, in particular in terms of the mechanisms that we have, is something that's especially important for the successful operation of WHO. Given the importance of this issue, it would be extremely desirable for the Secretariat to submit a separate document on this topic that would indicate the mechanisms that are in place to prevent sexual harassment and abuse. Where are the weak spots? Where are the gaps within those mechanisms in the organizations? And if they do exist, how can they be overcome? How can we have better practice, such as that has been introduced in other UN system agencies? On that basis, member states would then be able to take well-informed decisions in full cognizance of the facts on such an important issue. We note the draft decision that has been proposed by a number of member states. But in the light of what I have just said, we propose that we defer adoption of this decision at this session of the EB, and we await an official Secretariat document on the topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. I now invite Canada to be followed by the Netherlands. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. And today, Canada welcomes the adoption of an important decision on preventing sexual exploitation, abuse, and sexual harassment. We recognize the efforts made by our colleagues from the United Kingdom and the Netherlands to put forward this decision. And on a number of occasions, we've supported their statements, which have shown us the way on this issue. And we are delighted to join the consensus. Convinced that the time is right to make tangible progress in this regard. We welcome the efforts made by the WHO until now, and we hope to support the Secretariat in the next steps that will be needed and expected by the international community. Canada has a zero-tolerance approach for sexual abuse and exploitation and firmly condemns all forms of SEA in the provision of international aid. We recognize the importance of a victim and a survivor-centered approach, taking into account their views, and we encourage WHO in that approach. By adopting this decision, we will work together with the Secretariat to draw lessons from recent experiences. The credibility of the organization rests on the impeccable behavior and conduct of all of its officials, strengthening its objectives in terms of equality and diversity at the same time. It's a collective responsibility that we have. In terms of UN reform, Canada invites the WHO to work with the UN system and the humanitarian actors in a whole to use best practices. There's no reason for working in silos on this issue. In conclusion, Canada thanks all member states and the Secretariat for their constructive commitment to this issue and this important decision. We'll continue to support you and to work with you on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Before going to the Netherlands, I just want to check with the Russian Federation if you have requested the floor again, or is it just the hand which is still up? Thank you, Russia. The Netherlands, you have the floor to be followed. Russia, you have the floor.
Thank you. I do apologize for taking the floor again, but I have a feeling that perhaps what I said at the end of my statement was not entirely clear. So if you would allow me, I would like to read it again. I'm saying that we note the proposed draft decision. It has been proposed by a number of member states. However, in the light of what I said earlier, we propose that the adoption of this decision be deferred at this session of the EB and that we await a corresponding official Secretariat document on the topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. I would now like to give the floor to the Netherlands to be followed by Norway. Netherlands, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. The Netherlands thanks UK and Canada and welcomes the proposed decision on the prevention and addressing of sexual exploitation and abuse, harassment, and abuse of authority. This issue has been addressed by the governing bodies in the last few years. Still, we and others, as you've heard, feel it could build trust for the important work of WHO when the Secretariat is able to share more information, more frequently and more clearly. The enabling functions need to be adequately resourced in terms of budget and knowledge to deliver for WHO, but also for other organizations like UNAIDS and IARC. We look forward to continuing the constructive and frank dialogue, and we hope that more clarity can be given on resourcing in context of the new budget, but also compared to multilateral organizations similar to WHO. This is important to have a comprehensive debate on sustainable financing of the whole of WHO's operations. So we support the decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now want to invite Norway to be followed by Monaco. Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Norway would like to underline the importance of preventing and addressing sexual exploitation, abuse, and harassment in all relevant contexts. We commend the work of Canada, the Netherlands, and the UK in putting forward a decision on this important issue and kindly request to be added to the list of co-sponsors. I thank you.
Thank you. Monaco, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. And thanks also go to the Chair of the PBAC for the report presented. On the issue before us now, we are a co-sponsor of the draft decision presented here by the United Kingdom. And in discussing and deciding on the new programme and budget, we do believe that this is something that should be adopted at the Executive Board so that we can continue to implement work in this area. And we think this is important when we think about the updates to the programme and budget to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Monaco. Mr. Chair, there are no further requests for the floor.
Thank you. If there are no more requests for the floor, I shall ask the Secretariat to respond. Secretariat, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. I will start. Would like to thank member states for the support for the work that the Secretariat is doing in this very difficult area of work, and one which is difficult to address. I'd also like to highlight and that we take good note of the comments by member states around our cooperation with the United Nations agencies, learning lessons from others, not trying to reinvent the wheel. We take good note of the comments that have been made around the survivor-centered approach, holding perpetrators accountable. And we are aware that, probably not WHO alone, but the problem of invisible SEA and underreporting is one that is likely to persist, not just in WHO, but in many agencies, and the Director General, the entire organization is committed to fighting this phenomenon. That's exactly why we are here. We also take good note of the call for comprehensive risk analysis, which is actually being done in WHE, but also in our principal risks, and in strengthening the oversight of staff and affiliates, and making sure that no rehiring of those that have been found to have committed sexual exploitation abuse is taking place. I think with that in mind, I will hand back the floor, and thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. As I understand that amendments to the draft decision have been proposed, I would like to invite the Vice Chair, who is present in the Executive Board room, to facilitate this portion of the discussion on my behalf. Mr. Komal, you have the floor, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. The first thing I will do is I will give the floor to the Chef de Cabinet to respond. Mr. Schwadländer, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to add a few words to the comments that we have received, and I would like to highlight that not only the comments that we have received during the PBAC and the EB this week and last week, but also to the many comments and the support that we have received during the many discussions we had over the course of the year. Last year, during this meeting, we proposed a very ambitious agenda, and I was in this chair talking about it, and I must say that, yes, we are frustrated like you are that we couldn't proceed as fast as we would have liked to. You know the reasons very well. COVID has, of course, exposed us in many ways, and we have been struggling on many fronts, but the commitment stays. Zero tolerance is zero tolerance, and I like what the delegate from Israel said. This is not just a slogan. It is how we feel, and this is how we want to act, and this is how we want to follow on your guidance that you have presented to us today. One of the challenges of addressing this vital issue is, of course, the breadth of organizational activity that is encompassed. The resolution specifically addresses issues such as investigations and training, and ensuring accountability departments responsible are adequately resourced. We will do this, and recognizing that our member states are impatient for measurable progress, we will bring fresh momentum to ensuring that those resources are deployed quickly and effectively, and report that progress to you as you have asked. With regard to the allegations of sexual exploitation abuse during the Ebola response in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, you have heard an update from Secretariat on the independent commission that the DG set up to investigate those allegations. I want to highlight that it was the difficult path that we chose to go. It would have been very easy and tempting to just hand the investigations over to the investigators wherever they sit. But we do realize that there's a reason why women did not come forward and reported sexual exploitation and abuse. And without addressing this, without understanding these reasons much better, we will likely not find the truth, and will likely not be able to protect the victims, give them the support, and make sure, most importantly, maybe among all things, to avoid that these things will ever happen again. The approach is difficult, is ambitious, is completely new and innovative in the system. We have been struggling to get it implemented, but we are now well advanced, as my colleagues have presented, and we expect that the full commission and the work will unfold over the coming weeks, and we look forward to learning in full and without reservation from the results. And we expect that the report will be ready and presented to you during the upcoming World Health Assembly in May. Underpinning all this activity is the most important thing of all. It's changing attitudes and culture. This is at the heart of the review we launched to achieve the best-in-class processes and is at the heart of the transformation we are driving across WHO. Sometimes these can be the hardest things to report on, but getting them right will make the most difference to the lives of the people we serve and the colleagues we serve alongside. We have listened to you very carefully, and we will report more regularly, and all of us will push ourselves harder to drive the change we all seek. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chef de Cabinet. So, I think we've had a very rich debate. We've heard many member states and delegations calling for the adoption of the draft resolution. We've heard member states arguing in favor of, as the Chef de Cabinet was just referring to, fresh and urgent momentum to get this change in attitude and culture really implemented as soon as possible. We understand it's really an innovative approach. However, the Secretariat, as I learned, is able to implement this and is fully supportive. Since this was such a rich debate and there have been proposals textual changes been introduced, I would now believe we need clarity of what has been proposed, so everybody is clear about where we stand and can take a decision based on that proposal. So I will now ask the Secretariat to read out the amendments, the textual amendments, so we are clear what we are deciding upon. Secretariat, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. With reference to document EB 148-Conf6, operative paragraph 3, on the third line of the English version of that paragraph, after the word misconduct, comma, delete all remaining text and replace with including progress on all ongoing investigations into allegations of sexual exploitation and abuse and the implementation of recommendations from the Prevention of Sexual Exploitation and Abuse Senior Support Missions, such that OP3 would now read the entire paragraph to provide updates to member states via quarterly briefings on the actions above and on WHO's wider work to prevent sexual exploitation and abuse, sexual harassment and other misconduct, including progress on all ongoing investigations into allegations of sexual exploitation and abuse, and the implementation of recommendations from the Prevention of Sexual Exploitation and Abuse Senior Support Missions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. Wait a second, just 1 second. Well, sorry for that. So there's a need for clarification. So I will give the floor again to the Secretariat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do apologise, and I've read the incorrect information to you. Just to clarify that, the amendment is that in OP3, that there is a deletion after the word misconduct, comma, from the word including, such that all text is being deleted, such that the paragraph would now simply read, to provide updates to member states via quarterly briefings on the actions above and on WHO's wider work to prevent sexual exploitation and abuse, sexual harassment and other misconduct. Mr. Chair, I may just read that again once more for clarification with your indulgence. OP paragraph 3, to provide updates to member states via quarterly briefings on the actions above and on WHO's wider work to prevent sexual exploitation and abuse, sexual harassment and other misconduct. Full stop. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Secretariat. So I hope we have reached clarity. Okay, I understand 2 member states would wish to have the floor, so I'll give over to the moderator to moderate the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I would now like to give the floor to Ghana, to be followed by the Russian Federation. Ghana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Following the amendment to paragraph 3, Ghana is happy to add its name to the list of co-sponsors of this decision. So Ghana wishes to be a co-sponsor of that decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ghana. The Russian Federation, you have the floor now.
Thank you. We'd be grateful if in the report of discussion of this item, it could be noted that the Russian Federation spoke against the adoption of a decision at this session of the EB, and that the Russian Federation requested that the Secretariat submit a report, an official document on the issue of preventing sexual exploitation, abuse and harassment, current mechanisms, so that it could be discussed, well, at least at the next session of the EB. Thank you.
So thank you, Ghana, and thank you, Russia. And certainly we will, your request will be noted in the report. Since we have reached clarity about the current proposal, the draft decision, I would like to request that all participants in the virtual platform lower their hands. If that is the case, we will now ask you to raise your hand if you object to the inclusion of these amendments to the draft decision. So please raise your hand if you're against the inclusion of these amendments to the draft decision. I understand that nobody has raised their hands. I see no further objections. So I will ask, is the board now ready to adopt the draft decision contained in document EB 148/conference/6, obviously with the request that we already heard from the Russian delegation being noted in the report? And I see no objections. Therefore, the decision is adopted. Thank you. And I have the pleasure to hand back to the chair of the executive board.
Thank you, Mr. Kumal. This concludes discussion of item 4 of our agenda. We shall now consider together agenda sub-items 17.2, update on the financing and implementation of the program budget 2021, and 17.1, proposed program budget 2022-23. There are 4 reports under these items. Document EB 148/25 contains the draft proposed program budget 2022-23. Document EB 148/25 add 1 provides information on progress towards achieving the United Nations system-wide action plan on gender equality and the empowerment of women, UN SWAP. Document EB 148/26 contains a report on sustainable financing. Document EB 148/26 add 1 contains a draft decision on sustainable financing. The financial and administrative implications of this draft decision are contained in document EB 148/26 add 2. Document EB 148/27 provides an update on the financing and implementation of the program budget 2021. As these items were discussed by the PBAC, I would like to draw your attention to the recommendations of the PBAC as contained in paragraph 21 and 26 of the document EB 148/5, and I invite the Secretariat to read out the recommendations. Secretariat, you have the floor, please.
Minister, for giving me the floor. I am reading from paragraph 21 of the PBAC report, which is contained in document EB 148/5. The committee recommended that the Executive Board note the reports contained in documents EB 148/25, EB 148/25 add 1, EB 148/26. It further proposed as guidance for the Secretariat's implementation of existing mandates that the Secretariat A, continue its efforts to address the recurring funding issues of the organization, including by providing sufficient resources for the enabling functions, especially since the proportion of the budget spent on those functions has decreased over recent years, so as to ensure, inter alia, that budget increases are aligned with realistic resource mobilization efforts from identifiable sources. B, pursue the two-phase approach to preparing the proposed program budget 2022-2023. The budget increase and the extension of the date for achievement of the triple billion targets of the 13th General Program of Work to 2025. C, consider how cost estimates for additional Secretariat proposals may be taken forward in the future in keeping with the good practices used for member state resolutions. D, provide additional information on the implications of the extension of the period of the 13th General Program of Work. E, maintain the proposed program budget's strategic focus on the 4 key action areas: rethinking preparedness and readiness and bolster response capacities to health emergencies, accelerating progress towards the achievement of targets of the Sustainable Development Goals, building resilience through strengthening health systems, and advancing WHO's leadership in science and data. F, continue to mainstream polio transition and provide more information in that respect. G, ensure that the proposed program budget 2022-2023 maintains a focus on countries. H, continue to report on progress in the implementation of UNSWAP recommendations on a yearly basis. And F, formally present a proposal for the establishment of a working group on sustainable financing to the Executive Board at its 148th session. The committee further proposed as guidance for the Secretariat's preparation of the proposed program budget 2022-2023 that the Secretariat submit as background information to the proposed program budget preliminary estimates by output, broken down by staffing and activity costs for information purposes. The committee requested that the Secretariat improve further the format of the presentation of financial information, taking into account the views expressed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I would like to propose that we divide discussion in two parts. First, we will turn to documents EB 148/27 on update on the financing and implementation of the program budget 2021, EB 148/25 on the proposed program budget 2022-23, and EB 148/25 add 1 on UN swap. Once we have conducted the first part of our discussion, we will then turn to document EB 148/26 on sustainable financing and consider the draft decision contained in document EB 148/26 add 1. Does the board agree to proceed in this way? I see no objections. The floor is now open for discussion. I would like to request that the Secretariat moderate the discussion on the virtual platform. Secretariat, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would now like to invite Ghana to be followed by the Russian Federation. Delegation of Ghana, you have the floor.
If I understand correctly, this agenda item we are taking 17.2 and 17.1 together. Am I correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. In that regard, I thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to make the statement on behalf of the 47 member states of the Africa region. We thank the Director General for a good report and note with satisfaction the significant improvement in the utilization of the approved program budget 2020-2021 compared with the previous budget, and the appreciable increases in resources in the We commend the Secretariat for responding positively to calls for a more equitable distribution of funding across major and country offices, including the outcomes of the GPW text. We call for the inclusion in future reports on financing and implementation of program budget, a summary of the benefits and challenges from the following interventions. 1. Regular review of contributions of global voluntary regular review of distribution of global voluntary contributions. 2. Implementation of a contributor engagement management system. And 3. Strengthened review of donor proposals and agreements to ensure alignment with the GPW 13. Chair, the DG's report reveals that WHO Africa region's capacity to utilize available resources at 51% is significantly higher than the organizational average of 45%, underscoring the region's significant successes in reducing the incidence of malaria, tuberculosis, and new HIV infections, as well as the deaths of children and expectant mothers. It is therefore troubling to see the region suffer the largest financing shortfall of $483 million, representing about half of the region's approved budget for base programs. We call on the DG to take steps to address this huge financing gap to avert a reversal of progress made in the region, or any gains made in the region. Investing and distributed funding in the region would enable the 47 countries' response to COVID-19 without jeopardizing their ability to meet commitments to the triple billion target. Regarding the proposed budget 2022-2023, we commend the Secretariat for a good program which takes into account the goals of WHO and the aspirations of its 194 member states as they relate to the achievement of the triple billion target and the health-related SDGs. We support the 4 key strategic focus areas of the proposed program budget and the overall direction of the 3 strategic priorities on universal health coverage, health emergencies, and healthy lives. We support the proposed increases in the 3 budgetary streams, i.e., implementation of lessons learned from COVID-19, delivering transformation agenda across the organization, and mainstreaming essential public health functions carried out by the polio eradication program. Having said that, it is worth noting that the impact we seek through the program budget is to be made at the country level. In that regard, we call on the Secretariat to ensure that countries and people remain at the center of all decisions concerning the program budget, and to allocate the largest portion of budgetary resources to country offices to enable them address the huge capacity gaps that militate against their ability to effectively support countries. We know the report on progress towards achieving the United Nations System-wide Action Plan on Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women contained in document EB 14825 Add 1, and comment progress made by WHO in meeting some of the UN-wide indicators on gender equality and the empowerment of women, while it made good progress towards many others. We call for further progress on indicators that have been missed, especially on capacity assessment, an indicator that was missed in both 2019 and 2020. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ghana. I now invite the Russian Federation to be followed by China. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Distinguished member states, we're making this statement on behalf of the region. We thank the WHO Secretariat for having developed the proposed program budget for 2022-2023. The COVID-19 crisis demonstrates the needs for a global, coherent, and coordinated approach to health protection and provides an opportunity to reflect on vision for the WHO and the financial means we are prepared to give the WHO in order to fulfill its mandate. Now, within and among the regions and the member states, there's a unique opportunity to reflect together upon the future direction for the WHO. As an organization, we wish to see strengthened and equipped with instruments and more flexible funding that will enable it to act effectively and independently to fulfill its mandate, while enhancing accountability and transparency at all levels. In this context, the proposal of the Secretariat of the WHO to extend its 13th General Program of Work until 2025 would help to ensure an alignment with the planning cycle of the entire UN family as of 2026. Such an alignment should enable the WHO to further strengthen synergies with the UN system in order to increase the impact on public health and to work towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. At the same time, in order to ensure transparency and accountability, it is imperative that throughout the process, all member states can closely consult and be regularly updated and get timely information throughout the process, relevant information. The Secretary proposed a 19% increase on the base budget and a 5% increase in the total WHO budget. We call upon the Secretariat to strengthen its communication and its coordination with member states on this matter, ideally in advance of the governing body, which is to take place in May of 2021. Yes, the discussions on sustainable financing of the WHO are not new, and we'll need to continue them even beyond May of 2021. Yes, the increase in the WHO budget for the next biennium was already reflected in the financial estimates for the 13th GPW. Yes, the COVID-19 pandemic has, of course, made everyone aware that the expectations of the member states vis-a-vis the WHO should be reflected in financial means that are made available to the organization. And yes, the WHO has proven its ability to mobilize new voluntary contributions from member states and other partners. But, and this is a very important but, member states should be able to make an informed decision on the next budget biennium at the 74th World Health Assembly, which will take place in May 2021. This implies knowing how any further increase in the budget will be financed. At this stage, the Secretariat does not intend to propose an increase in SS contribution. So that means proposes member states to decide that this increase will be entirely funded through voluntary contributions from member states and other partners. So therefore, we welcome further discussions on the sustainable financing of the WHO, through which member states will have to determine and agree together on how to meet the challenge of a sustainably financed organization. WHO has a vital role in dealing with health emergencies and achieving universal health coverage and health equity, which is a fundamental prerequisite, of course, to future resilience. This is indeed a key prerequisite. Member states of the WHO Euro region are calling for dialogue across
all regions with the view of strengthening the WHO's financial situation, taking into account the agreements of the UN funding compact. We are convinced that we can all do it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Russian Federation. I now invite China to take the floor, to be followed by Germany. China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Chinese delegation would like to thank the Secretariat for the report on update on the financing and implementation of the program budget in 2020-2021. With regard to the draft proposed program budget 2020-2023, and with regarding the extension of the achievement dates to 2025 of the triple billion targets and the GPW 13, we agree with the proposal. As for the need to include COVID-19 ACT accelerator in the base budget, considering that it has already started funding mobilization independently, we would like to seek further clarification from the Secretariat on this. Would the budget increase affect the overall level of assessed contributions? What is the relationship between WHO Foundation and the regular budget? According to the Secretariat's presentation, the current biennial budget, including estimated funding, has already reached 127% of the approved budget. We appreciate the funding efforts made by the Secretariat, which has allowed the program budget and funding of the organization to be secured and predictable. In the meantime, the program budget and funding is a long-term and very challenging endeavor. It requires member states' continuous support through both assessed and voluntary contributions. As at 30th of September 2020, the overall implementation rate of approved budget was 36%, showing a trend of improvement in comparison with the level of the first 3 months of 2020, but is lower than the level of previous years. This report also offered an in-depth analysis mentioning that COVID-19 response has led to implementation and delivery of national support programs. We expect that when COVID response would become a daily effort, NCD control, reproductive health, maternal health, quality of primary health services, and other delayed areas could gradually pick up their activities to ensure the implementation of base programs to be in line with the approved budget and program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, China. I now invite Germany to be followed by Australia. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you. I hope you hear me well. Germany is slightly concerned about the relevant section on the program budget in the PBAC report. We believe that until now, there has been a clear agreement among member states that WHO should use a results-based budgeting approach. We believe that we should not move away from this relevant approach. The program budget is an unfunded budget, completely different from other budgets in other contexts. It's a financing plan that does not clarify where concretely the funding should come from. When we approve the program budget, we do not signal that we would finance it. At the time of approval, we do not know whether we will reach full financing of the overall budget volume, where the funding will come from, how the priorities will be set regarding the available flexible resources. However, at the time of approving the program budget, or even now already, we know 7 important points. Namely, first, we know there will be, again, major pockets of poverty. Second, we know there will not be, most likely, new key donors jumping out of the blue from somewhere. Third, we know that there will most likely not be a major shift from donors to provide purely flexible resources on a voluntary basis. Fourth, we know that many key issues will not receive adequate financing, such as NCDs, AMR, preparedness, for example. Fifth, we know that key parts of the program budget will be largely governed by individual donor interests, namely 83% of the overall budget. Sixth, we know that the enabling functions, including evaluation, investment, prevention of harassment, the HR function, legal, governing bodies, and the controller function, I hope I haven't missed anyone, will not receive adequate financing. And seventh and finally, we already know today that we will be meeting here again in 2 years' time, and we will all express our sincere frustration about this situation, because we've done so in the past. So does this make any sense? No. This being said, we believe that we have to change the way we are currently financing this organization. However, we will not be able to settle this challenge in this current budgeting process. Therefore, we are glad that the Secretariat has prepared a paper on sustainable financing, which aims at addressing the historic financing challenge of WHO. And we are confident that we all will settle this in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Germany. Now I invite Australia to be followed by Kenya. Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you. We look forward to the revised draft of this document incorporating the comments made by us and others at PBAC in relation to 1. Providing further detail to explain the proposed increase to the base segment and the Secretariat's plans to finance this. 2. How the stocktake will help resolve the bottlenecks created by the pandemic. And 3. Our request for further detail on how the additional budgetary elements identified, such as digital health, will support program budget priorities. We reiterate that Member States need to be assured that the budget has been developed in a cost-conscious way. Building on our comments at PBAC, we support the proposed midpoint revision of the program budget and recognise the need to amend the timeframe to deliver on the $3 billion targets. We also thank the WHO for confirming that reporting on the results framework will include a reflection on how the pandemic has impacted on targets and shifted priorities. Finally, on the additional report outlining progress made in implementing the UN System-Wide Action Plan on Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women, we would again like to note the good progress made and encourage a continued focus on integrating equity, gender and human rights into WHO's work. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite Kenya to take the floor, followed by Bangladesh. Kenya, you have the floor. Kenya, we cannot hear you.
Kenya aligns with the statement delivered by Ghana on behalf of the African member states regarding the update on the financing and implementation of the program budget 2020-2021. We congratulate the Director General, the Secretariat, and the entire organization for the exemplary performance in both the financing and implementation of the current program budget. However, we wish to express deep concern regarding the financing shortfall for the African stands at $3 million. This figure constitutes about half of the budget for these programs and represents the largest financing shortfall compared to the WHO quotas and other regions. We therefore welcome the limitations in the 152/7 intended to put equitable and timely allocation of profit across the 3 levels of the organization. We particularly welcome the establishment of a resource allocation committee to monitor the resource requirements and allocations across program budget outputs. In this regard, we request the Secretariat to uphold the principles of transparency and balanced regional representation as they finalize the composition of the committee. Chairperson, Kenya takes note of the proposed program budget 2022-2023 and thanks the Secretariat for their efforts in developing the budget during a period of great uncertainty. We particularly take note of the 4 strategic priorities identified for this program budget, as well as the 2-step approach proposed by the Secretariat in view of the impending reports from the ongoing review processes. As echoed by many delegations during the PBAC, we look forward to greater engagement with Member States and WHO country and regional offices during the budget finalization process. We especially urge the Secretariat to allocate resources towards enhancing the capacities of WHO country offices, as this will trigger the cascade of capacity building of the local health workforce for reinforced and resilient health systems. In conclusion, We look forward to the full implementation of the recommendations from the functional reviews carried out across our region, with additional human resource capacity and funding. I thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. I would now like to invite Bangladesh to be followed by the United Kingdom. Bangladesh, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, we thank WHO Secretariat for sharing the proposed program budget 2022-2023 and the report on sustainable financing. We welcome the Secretariat proposal of 19% and 5% increment of the base and total program budget, respectively, for 2022-2023. We echo with the PBSC and request WHO to provide a breakdown how the increased budget would be allocated per WHO region and the proportion of the increase that would be allocated to countries. We note that importance has been attached to taking advantage of the lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic in the proposed budget. This is commendable. The outbreak of the COVID-19 has affected almost all the sectors. The WHO's routine and pre-planned work has been substantially disrupted. Bangladesh recognizes that the 13th General Program of Work provides strategic guidance to the work of WHO and supports the proposed extension from 2023 to 2025 in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, we would also wish to advise the WHO to take into account the WHO transformation strategy while implementing the GPW and refine its strategies and approaches accordingly for better delivery and outcome. Mr. Chair, my delegation has consistently underlined the need of a predictable and sustainable funding for the WHO's better and timely performance and asked WHO to continue its efforts in this regard in close collaboration with the member states. We request the Secretariat to keep the underfunded areas such as health emergencies and healthier populations in its priority agenda. Bangladesh appreciates sustainable financing approach and the proposal to establish a working group on sustainable financing composed of member states. We hope the working group would address the funding challenges faced by WHO properly. Mr. Chair, I would like to conclude by appreciating WHO for its support to the government of Bangladesh in extending healthcare services to the forcibly displaced Rohingyas from Myanmar. We urge WHO to continue to provide necessary budget for their healthcare until they are safe, dignified, and voluntarily return to their homes in Myanmar. I thank you.
Thank you. I now invite the United Kingdom to take the floor to be followed by Argentina. The UK, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. The UK aligns with the European Regional Statement delivered by Russia. Thank you for the draft proposed programme budget 2022-23. We support the proposed approach, which will revisit the budget in response to forthcoming reviews and the evolving situation. We broadly support the 4 areas of strategic focus, as well as the proposal to extend the GPW 13 and its triple billion targets. It is vital that we redouble efforts to achieve the SDGs going forward. There was a strong message last week at PBAC that whilst there is support for some of the general principles, much of the detail remains to be clarified. Given the limited time and opportunity for engagement with Member States during the development of this proposed programme budget, Member States must be given sufficient time and information to be able to adopt this programme budget in May. We look forward to receiving further clarification in the coming months. In view of the potentially very significant recommendations from forthcoming reviews, we would particularly like to understand how we should view the proposed programme budget, the extent to which you have been able to implement lesson learning without preempting review findings. With that in mind, how realistic is the proposed increase at this stage, given further costs emerging as a result of forthcoming review recommendations? And given that we are expecting a substantial new WHO investment case later in the year, is this the right time to be considering significant, if even seemingly pragmatic, increases to parts of the base budget without this wider investment case to set out the reasoning? How will the new investment case play into the process this year? We welcome the DG's assurances at PBAC last week that new initiatives such as the WHO Foundation and WHO Academy are expected to be cost neutral in the longer term. We would, however, like to underline the need for transparency on all such new initiatives and their inclusion in a clear transformation strategy or plan to preempt such surprises in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now like to invite Argentina to be followed by Indonesia. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Argentina supports the proposal in the draft program budget for 2022-2023 to extend the date for achieving the triple billion targets to 2025. This will give countries time to achieve some level of economic recovery. We note with satisfaction the 46% increase on quality of health services and the increased financing for emergency operations undertaken in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. We would, however, seek further detail as to how this money is going to be allocated. On the financing of the basic program segment, we see there's a high percentage financed by voluntary contributions. Furthermore, there is a major difference in the level of financing between the 4 strategic priorities. We would like to see a fairer allocation among priorities and further diversification of the donor base. In addition, we see with concern that there has been a slowdown on the implementation of some poliomyelitis-related activities, including scheduled immunization campaigns. On the budget for the main offices, we note with pleasure a 28% increase for the Americas region. However, its budget continues to be the lowest of all the regions, representing 6.2%, and this is a trend that has been maintained over the last couple of biennia. On the approval of the budget and the real financing for the Americas Regional Office, we accept that this proportion has been improving. However, we would like to see a significant increase during 2021 in order to ensure all needs are covered. In conclusion, we would like to repeat the need to promote fair financing among and between all the regional offices of the organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. I would now like to invite Indonesia to be followed by the United States of America. Argentina, you have the floor. Apologies, Indonesia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for update. Thank you for the update report on program budget 2020-2021 and draft proposed program budget 2022-2023. The document EB 148/27 shows us that the financing for emergency operation has doubled due to the pandemic. On the other hand, other programs such as polio eradication only got 67% financing compared to its approved program budget. There is indeed a significant difference at the level of financing for each strategic priority, where strategic priority 1 is almost fully financed, while other priorities remain half financed. It is our hope that this year, the financing of each strategic priority can be more balanced to ensure an equal achievement and implementation of activities between the strategic priorities. COVID-19 is indeed a game changer. The pandemic highlights the importance of digital world as a way to navigate through pandemic containment policy in order to sustain our program implementation. Therefore, we support WHO initiative to maximize to a secure and ethical use of digital technology as stated on the proposed program budget 2020-2023. Chair, Indonesia supports the PBAC decision to extend the 13th General Program of Work up to 2025. As the progress hampered by the COVID-19 pandemic, however, we are the few that, given the ongoing situation, we require a lot of hard work to reach the projected target for 2025. We hope that WHO can strengthen its support to member states to implement transformative initiatives in order for them to get back on track to achieve GPW30 target. A strengthened WHO role as the leading authority for global health policy is required to achieve the GPW13. Therefore, we appreciate WHO advancement in utilization science and data, especially to respond and mitigate COVID-19 pandemic. We also highlight the new initiative on the COVID-19 lesson learned and deliver the transformation agenda of the GPW13, 2019-2023 in the next program budget. We hope that this new initiative will be beneficial in accelerating the progress to achieve the GPW13 target. Finally, COVID-19 is testament how health issues affect every aspect of human life in such short period of time. Our hope is high for the WHO to achieve remarkable accomplishment to end this pandemic within the rest of this biennium. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. I would now like to invite the United States of America to be followed by the Russian Federation. US, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Moderator. At the outset, I'd like to begin by appreciating the comments from our colleague from Germany about the somewhat cyclical nature of these discussions around WHO financing and the need to really seize this moment together, this incredible moment to think of new ways of working so that we can simply not be replicating our same previous conversations and be at the same place, 2 years from now, wondering how we can actually effectively finance this organization that we all need and rely on. I'd also like to appreciate the comments from the UK around the excellent proactive initiatives coming out of the Secretariat and needing to make sure that those have really strong member state buy-in and also financial oversight in mind. Just as we member states should think of the financing of resolutions when we promote them and how they'll be paid for. So we need to do the same for the Secretariat-led initiatives. For ourselves, the United States thanks the Secretariat for the update on the proposed program budget for 22-23 and welcomes the proposed two-step process given the current circumstances. We appreciate that this proposal will allow for consideration of the recommendations of the IPPR and other relevant review processes. We support the PBAC recommendation for consultations in the intersessional period on the 22-23 program budget and look forward to the information on the implications of the 2-year extension of the 13th GPW. We would appreciate more information on what exactly is meant by the extension, any areas of emphasis, and how it will be linked to the sustainable financing discussion. Regarding the UN SWAP report, the United States appreciates the information contained in the report, including the indications of progress made in advancing gender equality and women's empowerment at WHO in the areas of leadership, equal representation of women, and organizational culture. In reading this report together with the DG's Human Resources Update, which the Executive Board will take up under a separate agenda item later in the session, we would nevertheless encourage the Secretariat to continue its focus on addressing the representation of women in the professional and higher categories, particularly in the major offices of Africa and the Eastern Mediterranean, which saw their first declines in the representation of women since 2017, to ensure the organization will continue meeting relevant performance indicator 12 regarding the equal representation of women. Finally, Chair, just to clarify that we look forward to the next round of discussion on the sustainable financing approach and to add our thoughts then in that on that element in that next round of discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I invite the Russian Federation to take the floor, to be followed by Finland. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Благодарю вас.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
В дополнение к общему выступлению от Европейской
As a complement to the general statement
от имени Европейского региона
that we made on behalf of the European region of WHO,
хотели бы сделать несколько
we'd like to make a few comments in our national capacity.
Российская Федерация в целом с
Generally speaking, the Russian Federation notes with satisfaction the agreements which have been reached on this agenda item in the course of the 33rd session of the PBAC.
при этом убеждены, что можно было
Having said that, we are convinced that more could have been done.
отдельно с благодарностью отмечаем работу
We
председателя,
particularly note with gratitude the work done by the chairman of the PBAC.
отмечаем рекомендацию
We note the recommendation of the PBAC on the program budget for 2022-2023 and the suggestion that as background
достижения каждого промежуточного результата.
preliminary estimates by outputs broken down by staffing and activity costs be provided.
В дальнейшем же следует представлять хотя бы в
We also think in the
предварительном
future we would need to
финансовую
provide,
оценку по
even if
ключевым
only on a
статьям
preliminary
расходов
basis, a financial assessment
на персонал,
per
на
key
консультантов,
article of
экспертов, расходы
expenditure
по
on staff,
контрактам,
on consultants and
командировки, закупки
experts,
оборудования и так далее.
expenses for contracts, expenditure on missions, procurement of equipment,
Указанный
etc.
подход только
Such an
повысит
approach
прозрачность работы
cannot
организации.
but enhance the
Как
transparency of the
следствие,
work of the
усилит доверие со
organization, and
стороны
thereby it will also
государств-членов
increase the
в отношении
trust
выделяемых
felt by
ими
member
взносов.
states in the way in which their assessed contributions are spent.
К тому же это станет базой для анализа
Furthermore, it
общих
could become a
тенденций
basis for an
расходования
analysis
финансовых
of
средств
the
ВОЗ
general
и
trends
позволит на
in the
практике проводить
expenditure of
сравнительный анализ по
WHO's
категориям
financial
расходов
resources.
в
Furthermore,
отношении
it would
запрашиваемых
make
ресурсов,
possible a comparative
уже
analysis
реализованных,
per
которые
category of
представляются
expenditure
в информации о
with resources
финансировании
sought
и
and
осуществлении
already
программного
spent,
бюджета.
which are given in the information on the financing and implementation of the program budget.
Отдельно хотели бы подчеркнуть,
I
что
should also like
запрашиваемая
to underscore the
информация
fact that
ни
the
в коем
information
случае не
received is
призвана менять
not meant
действующий
in
способ
any way
составления
to
бюджета,
change the way in which the budget is currently drawn
а
up.
нацелена на
It's just a
усовершенствование формата
question of
представления
improving the
финансовой
format
информации.
in which the financial
Благодарю
information
вас.
is provided. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now want to invite Finland to take the floor, to be followed by a non-executive board member, France. Finland, you have the floor.
Thank you. Chair, Finland agrees with the statement of the Euro countries delivered by the Russian Federation. We thank the Secretariat for the draft program budget 2022-2023 and for the additional information received during the VBAC. It is clear that the discussions on the program budget and sustainable financing of WHO are interlinked. Both have to take into account the ongoing pandemic, the evaluation processes, as well as the WHO transformation process. This complex landscape calls for a clear roadmap. The Secretariat's proposal on a two-step budgetary development and a phased approach on discussing the financing can serve as a good basis. Finland understands the rationale for the budgetary pressures WHO faces. Finland can support the extension of the general program of work to 2025. We find the proposed program budget and its 4 strategic areas of focus important and in line with the comprehensive approach of the GPW. At the same time, we strongly support the PBAC recommendation to enhance efforts of sufficient resourcing of enabling functions. Science, research, and digitalization are in many ways investments in the future and for strengthening WHO's normative functions for global health. Nevertheless, since these areas take up a significant proportion of the draft budget, we look forward to receiving further information on them before WHA. We would also welcome an update on the results framework process. We must ensure that the program budget remains flexible and is able to adapt the future developments. We want a strong WHO that can deliver on its mandate and our expectations for many years to come. However, ensuring adequate and sustainable financing is a fundamental question for the work of WHO and its member states. As we move forward, it will be important to ensure effective interaction between the budget, sustainable financing, and other processes. Finally, Finland would like to thank the Secretariat for the report on the implementation of the United Nations System-Wide Action Plan on Gender Equality, and we look forward to regular updates on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now proceed with member states which are not members of the Executive Board, and I would like to give the floor to France, to be followed by the Philippines. France, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, Chairman. Thank you very much. I would like to start by reminding everyone that we agree with the statement made on behalf of the European region. I'd also like to say that France supports WHO because we believe it's essential that the organization be fully financed so that it can carry out its mission. The current pandemic has demonstrated how essential it is that WHO has sufficient budget and financial resources. France has therefore increased her financial support to the organization by over 50 million euros for 2020 and 2021, like many other countries. In principle, we agree to an increase in the WHO budget for 2022 and 2023 because it needs to correspond to WHO's ambitious vision for health for all worldwide. However, the increases for the budget proposed need to be justified further in our opinion because they are quite large. We particularly wonder about the increase of $274 million for, I quote, lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic, unquote, and requirements at headquarters. For the time being, we can only accept a limited increase of the WHO budget, and we think a bigger increase in it needs to be looked at a little later in the course of the 2022-2023 biennium, once we know the recommendations from the various groups evaluating the organization's response to COVID-19 and the working group on sustainable financing. Thinking about increasing WHO's expenditure should, insofar as possible, be linked to the thinking we do about restructuring its resources and the issue of its sustainable financing. The two processes cannot and should not be carried out in isolation because, in our opinion, they're two sides of the same coin. France supports, therefore, the setting up of a working group on these issues, sustainable financing and the budget, so that the two discussions can be held in parallel and, with luck, lead to appropriate and coordinated decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, France. I would now like to invite the Philippines to be followed by Monaco. The Philippines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The Philippines thanks the Secretariat for the updates on the program budget 2020 to 2021 and the draft proposed program budget 2022 to 2023. COVID-19 had significant impact in the implementation of country support plans for the biennium, especially when unexpectedly functional arrangements of health ministries and WHO needed to remodel for emergency response. Thus, the Philippines appreciates the proposed mitigation measures to ensure base program implementation, especially in terms of reprogramming planned activities that supports the UHC policy of the country. We are cognizant of the value given to hiring local contractors and increased reliance on local partners in overcoming hurdles in the delivery of biennial plans during the pandemic. Further, an update of the $65 million savings from travel restrictions due to COVID-19 will be most appreciated. We welcome the extension of the achievement date of the $3 billion targets set out in the 13th GPW to 2025. The Philippines recognizes that it is imperative to ensure that fine-tuning of outcome indicators is guided by empirical evidence from the pandemic while integrating it in our monitoring and evaluation framework for UHC. Finally, we look forward to the realization of the commitment of providing the highest standard of health to refugees, internally displaced persons, undocumented populations, and other marginalized populations in the program budget for the next biennium. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now like to invite Monaco to be followed by Japan. Monaco, you have the floor.
Thank you, moderator. To begin with, we'd like to associate ourselves with the statement made by the Russian Federation on behalf of the European region. We should also like to support the recommendations which have been made by PBAG on the various points that we are discussing at the moment. We'd also like to say, however, that we share quite a few of the concerns expressed and recommendations made by the United States, Germany, and the United Kingdom. Furthermore, some of our questions and some of our concerns were expressed at the PBAG, but they haven't yet actually been answered. We hope that the revised program budget document and the consultations which will be held on the program budget and on the extension of the general program of work will provide us with those answers. Turning, if I may, to the general program of work, here we would like to know what the procedure to be followed for its extension will be, and whether a resolution to that effect will need to be adopted. We also asked that question of PBAC, and another we asked was for a draft resolution on the program and budget appropriations as quickly as possible, particularly because there appears to be consensus that this budget should simply be transitional. That, at least to us, means that there will probably be specific provisions that have to be adopted. Last but not least, and as France just said, we think that the working group on financing, so as to avoid repeating previous experience ad nauseum, should run together with the work being done on the further refining of the program budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Monaco. I would now like to invite Japan to be followed by Canada. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. As the response to the COVID-19 pandemic continues, Japan highly appreciates the Secretariat's effort to develop the next program budget 2022 to 2023. We welcome the approach that the program budget will be revised based on the independent panel's final report and experiences of member states in the response to COVID-19. We also support the extension of the GPW 13. Japan supports the 4 key strategic focus mentioned in the report. In 2019, we hosted the first G20 joint session of finance and health ministers, in which we shared the importance of UHC financing, which contributes to better preparedness and response to health emergencies. In addition, we strongly expect the WHO representative in each country to discuss with the relevant government to expand fiscal capacity for health. However, we believe that one of the WHO's major functions is norm setting, such as developing guidelines, and we encourage WHO's leadership in playing a normative role and providing technical assistance based on the latest scientific findings and data. Finally, Japan requests the Secretariat to make further effort to scrutinize the needs, prioritize programs, improve efficiency by managing common costs, and clarifying WHO's role in relation to other relevant UN organizations and partners. Moreover, we would like to know how the Secretariat is going to prepare the revised budget along with the discussion about sustainable financing, which we will discuss later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would now like to invite Canada to be followed by Spain. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Canada would like to thank the Secretariat for the draft program budget 2022-2023. We recognize that it will continue to evolve, and we look forward to participating in meaningful intersectional consultations on its further development, which will be critical to prepare for our deliberations at the 74th WHA. This week, we have heard and agreed that the WHO has been underpowered for its work and that expectations continue to outweigh the organization's capacities and available resources. The proposed budgetary increase is ambitious, and as raised by others today, we would like to reiterate that member states would benefit from more details on the proposed investments outlined in the draft so that we can make informed decisions. Canada supports the proposal to undertake a midterm update in 2022 to integrate the findings of the IPPR, other relevant reviews, and outcomes of sustainable financing discussions. Keeping this level of flexibility in order to be able to respond to recommendations from these processes makes good sense from an organizational perspective. Canada also supports the 4 areas of strategic focus outlined for the next biennium. The world needs WHO's leadership in these areas, providing evidence-based guidance while upholding the highest standards of scientific excellence. We welcome the mainstreaming of essential public health functions carried out by the polio eradication program into the base budget. This will be critical for future outbreak prevention, preparedness, and response, and set the stage for full polio transition. Finally, Canada welcomes the report on progress made in implementing the UN System-Wide Action Plan on Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women. It is clear that good progress has been made in many areas, and we note the positive feedback received from UN Women on many elements of WHO's work. We remain concerned, however, on the reduction in the number of staff appointed to gender mainstreaming activities and call on WHO to correct this in the 2022-2023 budget. We look forward to reviewing the UN SWAP implementation across all levels of the organization on a yearly basis. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Canada. I would now like to invite Spain to be followed by Brazil. Spain, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. España suscribe la declaración pronunciada por la Federación Rusa.
We support the statement made on behalf of the European region by the Russian Federation. And in our national capacity, I have the following points I would like to make. As the various bodies reviewing WHO's response to COVID-19 say, it is urgent that we boost WHO's capacity and guarantee the sustainability of her financing so that she can play the coordinating and leadership role that we expect from her appropriately and independently. Since we know how urgent that is, and despite the impact of the pandemic on our country, we have increased the volume and flexibility of our contributions in the last year, focusing on the emergency program, which was one of the most underfunded. We acknowledge the particular difficulties the Secretariat faced in drafting the program budget for 2022-2023, and we understand the proposal to define it in 2 phases. However, when we look at the increase proposed, we can't forget that WHO is one of the 4 UN agencies, funds, and programs which has the biggest budget. We therefore hope that the process of transformation embarked upon by the Director General and the efficiencies that we hope would derive from it will contribute to bringing down the organization's costs. We also hope over the next couple of weeks that we'll be able to have more information on the reasons for this increase and the way in which it will be financed. We thank the Secretariat for its offer to hold information briefings on the polio program transition, and we would like to have also a few further details on the functioning and financing of the WHO Academy. The creation of a working group responsible for making specific proposals on the financial sustainability of the WHO is something that we support strongly. We think its principal tasks should include the identifying of alternative sources of financing, the creation of incentives to make the contributions of member states more flexible, and the definition of the role in this respect that should be played by the WHO Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you, Spain. I would now like to invite Brazil to be followed by Turkey. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, moderator. Program budget 22-23. Special circumstances of 2020 have impacted the format and timelines of the elaboration of the document, and then, as a consequence, member states' ability to an adequate scrutiny thereof. Likewise, echo of further of the proposal. In particular, more information is needed on specific outputs, including staffing and activity costs. This will help provide more transparency and accountability, which is fundamental for member states' oversight. Mr. Chair, COVID-19 has put a sizable additional strain on national fiscal capacities. Brazil, for example, has mobilized more than $120 billion US, about 10% of our GDP, to implement one of the most robust and comprehensive response to the pandemic, both at the health and the socioeconomic fronts, to save lives and protect livelihoods with a focus on the most vulnerable. Joining multilateral initiatives to promote the equitable distribution of health products for COVID-19, such as the COVAX facility, has also demanded a huge financial effort by Brazil. Yet, Brazil remains one of the largest contributors of flexible resources for WHO through our assessed contributions. In this scenario, one could hardly see room for any increase in our assessed contributions. Special attention and focus should be put in finding and building up further efficiency gains in WHO's budget. Efforts to reduce earmarking and voluntary contributions may also be a way forward. We also recall the need for the WHO to take actions within mandates clearly established by the member states. Timely and substantive consultations with the membership should precede any launch of new initiatives, in particular if they are expected to have cost implications. In closing, Brazil urges member states and the Secretariat to equip the program budget for the next biennium with the best tools to achieve the highest levels of transparency and accountability for all revenues coming both from assessed and voluntary contributions, including the ones from the various new funds and from the WHO Foundation. I thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Now I invite Turkey to take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We align ourselves with the statement made by the Russian Federation on behalf of the European region. We thank the Secretariat for the draft proposed budget 2022-2023 and all the related documents. Considering the current situation and WHO's global technical and normative leadership, we consider 5% increase in the proposed program budget is natural. As we can see, the chronic gap between the resources and the needs requiring immediate action continues, and WHO should not be left standalone in this process. It is also important to equip WHO according to the changing needs and trends of global public health by member states. We believe that reprioritization of the most important program areas in a member state-led process for WHO to act on will help bridge this gap. The reports of IPPR, IOAC, and IHR Review Committee in this regard will help this reprioritization by pointing out where WHO falls short, what needs immediate action to increase WHO's technical and normative leadership. Therefore, we highly support the draft decision on sustainable financing as well as establishment of open-ended intergovernmental working group and express Turkey's readiness to support WHO in this process. Flexibility of funds walks hand in hand with transparency and predictability of the programs to be invested. We would like to stress on the transparency and accountability of the implementation of program budget, especially more at the country level. WHO's leadership plays an important role in health emergencies. Yet, this area has to be sustainably funded. Turkey believes that GDO Istanbul office in this regard has great potential as the only specialized WHO office for emergencies to attract the partners and increase the sustainability of the funds by providing exemplary works of quality and transparency with the regional office for Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Turkey. Mr. Chair, there are no further requests for the floor.
If there are no more requests for the floor, I shall ask the Secretariat to respond to the questions raised. Secretariat, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Member States for all the valuable comments. I'll touch on a few issues and then pass off to some of my colleagues to supplement. First, in terms of the country investment and the functional reviews, clearly the two go hand in hand, and we will work to bringing those two pieces together and then looking at financing. The same goes for the sustainable financing and the program budget. They're both the two sides of the same coin, and we have to look at them holistically, and that's what we will do. We will commit to further engagement, ramping up our engagement with member states. We have a unique situation on our hands, and we have been increasing in this area, and we will continue to do so. We will also ensure the linkages between country offices, the functional review, and sustainable financing. I think bringing all those pieces together is hugely critical and important. In terms of the enabling functions, clearly there's quite a bit of work to do here. We've heard during PBAC the inadequacy in terms of financing, accountability, finance, HR, the controller functions. So we will be working to do that as well. In terms of resource allocation, the DDG is actually chairing the Resource Allocation Committee, and we will ensure that we have adequate representation. We do have adequate representation, and ensure that it is equitable in terms of the way we distribute those resources. It is important also for member states to understand that the flexibility of those resources is what's going to enable the organization to equitably, in terms of allocation across the regions, the outputs, as well as the country offices. Mr. Chair, and then one last point in terms of the financial information provided in the program budget. I think we need to look at this in terms of the financial reports that are presented, the financial statements, and how they complement the budget. It is not simply that we will put all the information into the program budget, but rather the two sides have to be looked at together. And so we will take on board the recommendations in terms of additional information, financing information, and then present those side by side with the program budget so that member states have a more fuller perspective. Just one last point in terms of the AMRO-PAHO, and just to reinforce that AMRO-PAHO has two sides to the coin. One is the WHO budget and one is the PAHO budget. And that we did hear last week at the PBAC in terms of HR, the need to look at both of those sides of the coin together and not separately. And so while there has been a steady increase in terms of the financing and the budget for AMRO, we will bring both pieces together and make sure that member states have that full picture when we are deliberating. The proposed program budget has a significant increase for AMRO-PAHO. I think it's the the highest of all major offices in the organization. And so we are taking steps to address that, but it's not just one piece to be looked at. And Chair, with your permission, then I would pass to Mr. Hollow and then perhaps Jen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I would like to start by saying that the PBAC members had the opportunity to receive an updated presentation about the figures of financing and utilization of the program budget 2021. And since this is an important element that informs our program budget 22-23 discussion, I just would like to highlight 2 points. One is that our overall financial situation has improved a lot compared to the September figures. And we were, by the end of December, at the base program, base segment, 105% funded, which was the same level as we were in 18-19, although the 2021 program budget was higher than 18-19. And of course, we also had some issues, as you know. The other element is that overall, the organization in 1 year managed to fundraise almost $8 billion. A big part of that, 1.7 billion, was of course related to COVID. But even if you take the COVID element out, this is a very sizable fundraising activity and shows our capacity to fundraise. And therefore, all these questions about how realistic the budgets are, of course, is difficult to look into the future. But what we can do is base our assessment on the 2021 performance, which shows that we have the ability to fundraise and we have the ability to implement. There was a question about the WHO Foundation, and it is a little bit ironic because on one hand, the Vice Chair, for example, pointed out that we're always discussing the same issues, and when we come back, we will have the same problems. This is exactly one of our responses to that. This is one innovation that we're trying to introduce that is trying to help the financing problems and the financing gaps of the organization. The WHO Foundation is a source of funding, and that's why it's not in the budget. It's a potential source of a donor that will have the ability to reach out to those donors that the organization could not have been able to reach out to otherwise. In terms of the program budget, based on this discussion and based on the recommendations of the PBAC, I've noted several points. So one was the overall support about the two-phased approach. Secondly, that you supported the 4 strategic areas of focus. You also supported the outcomes where the increases were proposed. You supported the polio mainstreaming, and you were supporting maintaining the results-based budgeting principle. And then there were areas where you requested further details for the next budget. And these were details behind, more details about the proposed increases. Then the PBAC requested planned budgets by outputs, breaking it down to human resources and activities. There was a request for the proportion of the country shares of the budget, which is going to be provided at the next iteration. There was also a request about information about our best estimate in May of projected funds going into 22-23, estimates of efficiency savings. You were also asking us to increase investments in enabling functions, particularly in the accountability functions. You asked for more and timely consultations. You wanted to understand the practical implications of GPW 13 extension and have a consultation about that, and you also requested an advanced version of the program budget resolution in advance of the WHA, so we have ample time to discuss it. And I think none of these, so we will attempt to provide all of this when we come to the next version of the budget, along with more consultations. And lastly, I just want to reflect back on the question that is this realistic budget, and do we need this budget increase now? Why don't we wait for the recommendations of the IPPR review and do the budget increase then? And I just want to say that, and maybe we haven't provided the details enough, that what we felt is that those increases that we were proposing were needed at this point in time. We couldn't wait with them in order to move ahead and to sort of respond to the needs of the countries. And I just want to give one example, which is maybe the most trivial. In November, EU member states approved a strategy on digital health. That strategy foresaw 143 million increase or element of the program budget for 22-23. So, for example, that needed to be accommodated and included in this program budget, which forms a relatively big part of the proposed budget increase. But I believe that the additional other budget increases are also just as easily defendable and explainable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to make a brief intervention. If I can, just perhaps commenting on the financing aspects of the programme budget. Just really to reassure Member States, picking up some of the themes that we touched on also in the PBAC meeting, that alongside the sustainable financing sort of paper and objectives, which are really about looking at those long-term intractable challenges, which as many member states have said we keep coming back to. We do at all times have in mind the quality finance principles that we established at the Partners Forum in Stockholm. And that is around predictability, flexibility, lower administration costs, and of course diversification of the donor base. So just as we are interested obviously in pursuing and have brought forward these ideas in the paper around sustainable financing, at the same time, in all the things we do, we are looking at those principles and looking to make progress in everything we do against those principles with all of our supporters. And in all the four, under all the four pillars of the RM strategy that was noted at the Executive Board last February, we have initiatives underway which address some of the issues that Member States have raised in their intervention, and again can give us a degree of confidence about the potential for additional resource mobilisation, notwithstanding the long-term challenges. I think one member state asked about the incentives for more flexibility for member states. I think the greatest incentive of all is that we're able to deliver the programme budget and the priorities that member states themselves vote through at these governance meetings, which we're not in the position to do at the moment in every regard. And I think that's the greatest incentive of all. But I would also just close by noting that the Secretariat is aware that as we ask for more flexibility, there are challenges that member states expect us to step up on, and we're doing a lot of thinking about those. For example, the issue of attribution, when contributions become more flexible, that sometimes is of concern. The issue around expert contacts and relationships between experts within member states and programmes. People sometimes are concerned as contributors if they become more flexible, some of those expert relationships might be diminished, and we are seeking to give reassurance around that. Reporting and reporting in enough detail, and in particular reporting in a way that enables member states themselves to report to parliaments about how flexible resources are used, because we don't underestimate how challenging that can be. And of course we've heard loud and clear the issues around greater transparency about how resources are used at country level, and we'll certainly be giving that a considerable thought and look to bring forward further initiatives in that regard. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. No, thank you. Thank you. I think many of the issues were covered by my colleagues. So just a couple of a comment and a couple of issues. On the initiatives we have started, of course, we have many initiatives. And the principle we have been using since we started the transformation in January, in 2017, around July, August, was to have in anything we would like to change, to have speed, to have volume, and also to have quality, and at the same time, consultation with our member states, inputs and guidance from our member states. So we wanted something fast, something big, something good quality. Because as you know, one of the blessings from you was really to change the organization from the start. So I took it seriously. We took it seriously as a team. And that's why we have many initiatives. But I think there was one comment that says we don't need any initiatives, as a surprise. To be honest, I don't know where the communication gap is, but these initiatives were announced, our intention for the initiatives in May in 2018, and then officially in 2019, March. And it was a very long speech, if you remember, and all regional directors were involved. And then we announced the WHO Foundation, and we announced the WHO Academy, among others. I just want to focus on these two because these were the two raised today. And not only that, for the WHO Academy, there was member state consultation in January, June, and October 2020. And for the WHO Foundation, there was a consultation on January and May 2020. And from these consultations, and based on the legal, consultation we had, and the things that the Secretariat can do, we moved ahead and established the WHO Academy, of course. But the WHO Foundation, it was established by a Swiss citizen, although we brought the idea, and then we signed MOU, so it's an independent institution. So we used all the legal backings we need, meaning we took time. It's a bit slow even, because we wanted to speed up, but we needed to make sure that everything is covered. So I would like to assure you that to the best of my understanding, there was consultation and there was a lot of support even, but of course, there were colleagues or some member states who had some concerns. We addressed their questions even on one basis, whether they are legal or otherwise, and that's how we moved on. If you take the WHO Foundation, it's a solution to a strategic problem. When we started the transformation, we had diagnosis of our problems. And one of the diagnosis was on our finance and budget. And we said, our funding or financing opportunities are actually unsustainable, not flexible, and with narrow donor base. Meaning, when there is a problem, for instance, if one of the major donors withdraws, which we discussed about it actually some time ago, then there could be a serious shock and WHO cannot absorb it. And that may disrupt the organization's programs. And that's why we resorted into long-term solutions. And the long-term solutions, one is, or the strategic solutions, one is expanding the donor base. And second, making sure that those member states there are many very strong about giving flexible funding, to push in that direction and have more flexible funding, and not only more flexible, but multi-year sustainable funding. And for that, I think you remember we developed the investment case, the first ever for WHO, and the resource mobilization framework, which is again the first for WHO, and then the partners forum, which we did in Sweden, and then the WHO Foundation. The WHO Foundation was to actually reach into new areas of resource mobilization where we don't traditionally get resources, and that's as part of expanding our sources. To be honest, when you do this, it's not a money issue, then you know it. One of the strategic solutions is not just having more money, but it's independence of WHO. And that's what you always ask, actually. For WHO to be independent, then its resources or the finance it gets should not be earmarked. It should come from wider donor base. Then it will have the authority and the independence. And we were even comparing ourselves with WIPO. I think WIPO is one of the best models, to be honest. And there were other new ideas, crazy ideas that were proposed. I don't want to waste your time explaining all that. But the WHO Foundation was proposed, and the other things with good intention to address the strategic problems. And to be honest, we bring problems and we discuss with you. But we don't want to just come up with problems only, but we need to come to you with solutions. And that was the approach, and we discussed the problems, we diagnosed the problem, we came up with a solution, we consulted a number of times, we thought we had a green light, and we're now implementing. Then the other thing is on WHO Foundation, we will not spend a penny for WHO Foundation, but we're expecting to get $1 billion in 3 years. But even if this foundation is not getting money from WHO's funding, we want the foundation to come and report to you, because there should be transparency, because you will see for yourselves if there is conflict of interest and so on. So in our MOU, we have actually included that the CEO can come every now and then, it could be based on your request, but on regular basis to report to you. Even if it's an independent one, but we prefer to have that kind of arrangement. So on WHO Foundation, I think there was no surprise, and I believe this is one of the strategic solutions, and we hope in some years to come, its contribution will be significant, and not only funding, but it will make WHO more independent. So it's not a matter of money, it's a matter of independence. And I know you understand this. I know you understand this. But thank you so much for your support. It's because of your support we are where we are now in terms of WHO Foundation. But this is something I think our colleagues, starting from Jane, all worked hard. Raul, Gaudens, I don't know, Gaudens is not in the room. Imre, everybody contributes best to make it happen. Then on the academy, the same. Of course, it will need a startup capital, and there is commitment from some donors. We designed it in a way that doesn't extract money from us. Because while complaining about money, that we don't have money, we cannot build an institution that extracts money or takes additional money. And the ambition is to make it self-sustaining and to use the resources we have, because we have been spending now, of course, because of COVID, there are no trainings, most of it virtual. But once COVID is done, we will have trainings, and the WHO Academy will be at the center of not only the whole, of course, programs we run, but at the center of building capacity for epidemic preparedness and response, and even with capabilities on simulation. And it will bring a lot of value, I believe. And the WHO Academy uses the money that we normally have for trainings to do the training, but it will have its own ways of raising funds. So we're moving from hotel-based workshop into properly designed training programs and done in a very formalized, organized way, certified, and then even follow-ups will be, we will have follow-up. So this WHO Academy, of course, it will have hubs, will be the center of capacity building for member states and capacity building for WHO staff also, or for WHO, for people who are working for WHO. So it's internal and external. And to be honest, that's also one thing you have been pushing. You need to really invest in your workforce. And during our PBAC meeting, many of you have said you need to have best-in-class staff. You need to create a better environment. They should have a career. They should have, good working environment and so on. So it's as part of that, building their capacity, helping them to develop their skills, but at the same time, of course, we will support member states to strengthen their capacity. Also that there was enough, there was 3, of course, if 3 is not enough, I can take that, but 3 consultations. And our understanding was that there was green light and there was no surprise. And then the establishment of WHO Academy, it's not a separate entity or institution. It's rather like an administrative division or department. And that's how, when we created the science division and the chief scientist and the preparedness division and the digital health department, because we're moving into new areas of investment and preparing WHO for the future, make it fit for purpose, then this was identified as exactly an investment that can take WHO to the future. It will be a smart school, by the way. Our aim is to train millions, tens of millions. Most of it will be virtual, and there will be in person, by and large it's virtual, but it will be a smart school that will use technology to the maximum. And it will be a smart school, a smart academy. And then, of course, it will expand into research, because school with research will have even better benefits. It will support the training, but that's, again, a vision for the future. So in just one phrase, if you bring all the changes we're trying to make, this is even before COVID, because we thought we should prepare, because COVID or any pandemics ultimately may happen. With one phrase, the whole idea is to prepare the organization for the future, to make WHO an organization of the future. That was the vision. And everything was done based on the GPW, and then the vision, the transformation we have designed, and everything was done based on that organized approach. We even hired very known companies to help us design everything, because we didn't want to do it without expert support, because we're saying we want to prepare the organization for the future. We had a support for more than 2 years, I think, from the best firms in the world. And it was not like a surprise or some initiative that comes from here or there, but well-designed, proper vision, supported by experts and firms, and which I believe will prepare the organization for the future. And many of the changes we proposed and we have been implementing actually are very relevant for COVID. And now, because of COVID, we're increasing the speed. That's what's happening. And we wanted speed, we're getting it now, and we're moving fast. So we will keep the speed, we will keep the ambition, the volume, and we will keep the quality, and we will consult with you. And I look forward also to having the board retreat. We can discuss on the vision, on other issues you raised, and that could actually help in really aligning around the vision. And please suggest a date, and I hope Chair will have some proposals, Chair of the Board. We'll be happy to have the retreat. That's where you can also articulate the vision, but in here, since we are already moving forward, you can see the vision and adjust if there is any need for adjustment, and you can help us in having inputs or new crazy ideas. So thank you so much again. Thank you for your inputs. We will revise as per your inputs and guidance. And thank you again for your guidance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Tedros, for your worthy comments and very useful informations. I propose that we suspend further discussion on this particular item at this stage. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, I thank you for your rich contributions to the discussions during the course of the day. We shall reconvene tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central European Time to resume our discussions. Have a good night and see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.